Yo, what's up everybody? Welcome. We've got 6 viewers already. That's almost a record in recent weeks and times for a live show. So welcome guys. It is TSP TV. It is Friday night. It is of course September the 11th, 19 years on. There's a lot of ones and a lot of nines there. 19 years since 9/11. Can you believe where that time has gone? So anyway, guys, welcome. It is Friday night. Drain, Nancy and Kelly are chatting away. Nobody else. We've got some silent viewers. Down to 5 now. Oh, back up to 6. So maybe we should wrap this up right about now and maybe some of our gussets will arrive. But anyway, thanks for tuning in tonight, guys. It is, as I said, September 11th. It is September Tuesdays live. So bear with me. Let me see if I can get rid of the thumbnail. How are you all? Welcome. I think we all remember that day, Nancy. It's almost very hard to forget, although it does seem that a lot of people in social media and stuff is out to try and make people forget. It's been quite a strange week, because usually around the anniversary is when you start to see the memes, the posts, the sort of memorials, the things like that, and usually it's when you start seeing the truth community kind of put out reminder videos and kind of, you know, put their opinions and thoughts of what may or may not have happened on that fateful day. Baby Pamplin, glad to see you, sweetheart. No, you're not. You're never a gusset. You're never a gusset. You are part of the fabrication of this place. You are. entwined within the fabric, baby P, as many of you are. So glad to have a few of you guys with us tonight. So we've got our regular offender Nancy. She never leaves. Always glad to see her, and we do keep her company. And by all accounts, we've got her through some very, very dark times. So Nancy happened to be one of the two people I had watching on, when was it now? Wednesday night. It was Wednesday night. We tried to do an After Dark live show, and some of you may or may not remember. Sorry, I'm a little bit itchy and twitchy. I'm still very uncomfortable with this face to camera kind of thing. But as I said, this is kind of the way things are going. Don't know if you can notice there. We've got little shit. Binocular Boy, Prepper Baby, and Mini Meat Stick, as well as the Furry Turds. We've got some of the other little items in the background there that the Thrift fam have seen me. Maiden, glad to see you, sweet. Glad as always. Yeah, well, Drainer Swamp, it has been a little bit of a clusterfuck of a month for me. It is almost a month since my father passed away, if you did not know. The 15th of August, I lost my dad. And excuse me 1 second. And yeah, anyway, it is coming to terms with that kind of stuff, and it doesn't really get any easier. And with grief, it kind of gets just to the case of learning to carry with it. But this week I kind of took it upon myself to try and get out of the funk, try and get back into a little bit of a normality, try to get a little bit of a routine going, and that routine and normality was YouTube. And so far this week, so let me come down a little bit in my chair, that way I'm not so, that's a little bit better. Oh my goodness, I can't even begin to explain that Drainer Swamp. Some stuff I'd rather kind of not discuss on air. I hope you understand there are some sort of personal issues and lots of things involved. And complications, not to mention just the fact that we are living under the scam pandemic lockdown laws and travel restrictions and all this kind of shit. And the funeral has still yet to happen, nearly a month on due to all of this, as I said. But as Nancy says, one day at a time, and this week was a little bit about me trying to get back into the routine. Not only did I lose my father, I got returned to work for a couple of days just before this news come out, and then I found out sort of in the midst of digesting the news of my father that I wasn't really needed or required anymore, and the fact that I was only really back as a temporary basis rather, kind of left me quite deflated. So once again, I kind of take YouTube is like kind of my daily routine, maybe my job, and kind of gives me a little bit of a sort of purpose and something to do each and every day. So I have put a little video together today, which hopefully I'll upload tomorrow for you, which will continue the daily content. And tonight is a live show I haven't really put much thought into, and those of you who have been around for a while will know possibly last year I put together a series of 18 videos in fact. That's only 10, I haven't got 18 fingers, but I did put together a series of videos. Martha, welcome darling, long time no see. Glad to see you here. But anyway, we do still constantly try to improve and get things looking better, as Nancy says, and you're good at it too, T, so thank you very much. But I did put together last year a series of videos called September Tuesdays, and I guess maybe there was a lot going into September Tuesdays beyond just the kind of the message that I was trying to put together, and kind of the stuff that since the event had happened I'd looked at, researched, and kind of pieced together in my mind what I considered was a very comprehensive account of what possibly was at play on that day, which is far removed from that of the official narrative. And that series of videos I kind of put out throughout the duration of September, but not only was I kind of put in a lot of my, time and research that I'd put over the years into those videos, it was also a little bit about kind of trying to step up and improve how TSP TV runs, and maybe try and put a little bit more seriousness into this, maybe put a little bit of time and effort into my video productions, which I am constantly trying to do nowadays, whereas before it was just a press play. So hey, crying hippie. And that sounds far too much work to try and do now, crying hippie, but maybe at one day. But yeah, if you're having difficulties hearing, because if you are, that's what I was going to say, I've got my microphone. So let me know if that's any better. Is the voice or the sound any clearer or any worse for me doing that? Let me know there. Buffering issues. Well, this was it. Going back a little bit to Wednesday night. I don't know how I got sidetracked, but September Tuesdays and everything was something from last year. But recently on Tuesday, on Wednesday night rather, I wanted to do a late night live show, and I was going to start trying to do, maybe over this kind of couple of days, put together a little mini September Tuesdays sort of special commemorative live series of shows, and it's very, very interesting. We only actually had 2 people watching, although I think just at the point that we eventually cut out, we had about 7 people watching. But it's very interesting because I kind of had lined up, and we're going to kind of do a little bit a movie night, and basically what I had was a documentary lined up about September 11th from Dr. Judy Woods. Where did the towers go? Now, we only had a couple of people watching, as I said. Nancy was one of them, and Almal was the other. And it was very funny because Almal, we were talking a little bit about September Tuesdays, and Almal said, yeah, I learned a lot from that series of videos. In particular, that lady, I can't remember her name. I said, would that be Judy Woods? And she said, yes. I said, well, as it happens, Almal, we're going to watch a documentary right now. And within 4 or 5 minutes of me playing the documentary, I flipped the camera around, so I was pointing at my computer screen. I still haven't kind of figured out how I can use OBS or a streaming application so I can sort of line up shows and insert them into live streams as we're watching. I mean, I kind of figured out a little bit. Let me just do something for you now. Hold on. See what I'm doing? So these are a couple of little things that I've been working on to try and make the stream a little bit more enjoyable. And you can even, hold on a second. I don't know if this will work. No, that didn't work. Why is it working? So I was trying to put some music in. It's not working, unfortunately. Let me just get rid of that there. But there are some other little quirky things that I can put in, like this, for example. Although I should have put that on the other side because it's covering my face. Look at you. Yeah, look at me, Drain. You did hear the music. Okay, that's good. That's good. I couldn't hear the music my end. I know why, because I've got my microphone clipped in. It wasn't Superman music at all. I just realized that's why I've got my microphone so I can't hear the speaker. My apologies. No, it wasn't Superman music. If anyone can guess what that music was, then I will give them a no prize, which would be just something like a thumbs up. Good job. All right, okay, that is why. Let's see what else I've got that we could possibly do. Look at that, hey? Awesome. Sounded like it. Well, it may have sounded like it, Crying Hippie. I can assure you it wasn't. It wasn't Indiana Jones, and it wasn't Jurassic Park Kelly Kibo. Have I got to get rid of that? Yeah, let's get rid of that. I don't know what's going on now. Okay, that's it. I got rid of it. Maiden, Montana, of course. Got it right. Indeed, I was going to give you a clue. 88 miles an hour. And the reason I put Back to the Future in, because that was actually a movie that did somehow indirectly or directly, predictively program us into believing, or not necessarily believing, but it was predictive programming for 9/11. And if you can remember that in the first movie, when the doc called up Marty McFly and said, "Hey Marty, I'm at the Twin Pines Mall, can you come and bring my video camera?" And then Marty McFly skateboards down. He arrives at the Twin Pines Mall at 1:16 a.m. in the morning, and of course if you flip 1:16 upside down, it says 9/11, and the two pine trees that were sort of standing this way, when they turned up, the logs represented the towers. And then of course when Marty McFly returns from the future, because when he goes back he knocks down one of the pine trees at old Peabody's farm, and when he returns to the future, it's the One Pine Mall, or the Lone Pine Mall, and of course now there's only a one World Trade Center, whereas there were two. So hence the Back to the Future music as part of the predictive programming. But what we are going to try to do tonight, as I said, I was going to try and at the last minute throw together a little bit of a sort of mini September Tuesdays rebooted, revisited kind of thing, but a lot of those videos, as I said, a month after, I'm sort of a little bit discombobulated at the moment. Please excuse me. As I said, my mind hasn't exactly been in the most calm or stable of places for the last few weeks. But the September Tuesday series that I put up last year, not long after I sort of completed that series and put the 18th video up, a couple of them got struck for community strikes, and I actually did receive a 2-week ban from uploading or doing anything about that. And then during that ban, a couple of others got flagged for various reasons, to the point where I just took the whole series down, because once I lost about 5 or 6 videos in the series kind of lost a little bit of its meaning, because it was a continuation in all the parts pieced together to create the larger picture, if you know what I mean, of the jigsaw and the puzzle, certainly as many of the pieces of the jigsaw as I could piece together. And hopefully that series was going to sort of be left around for prosperity, where we could possibly add to it as and if we found out any more information. But tonight's show, I kind of, again, I got to today and yesterday thinking, oh, do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get up early in the morning, 8 o'clock, have my coffee, have a smoke, and then 8:45 I was going to go live, and I was going to play in the background, because it is available to watch, sort of the mainstream version of events as they happened. And then throughout the duration of the day, we're going to interact, talk about memories, and hopefully I was going to put some of these documentaries that influenced me to put together September Tuesdays. Is any of this following? Are you keeping track of this, guys? I was going to kind of put together those videos in sort of real time, and we're going to kind of watch them together in real time if we could. Yeah, we're talking about 9/11 at the minute. Crying hippie, sorry to bust you. That does sound a good thing. Good deal right there. So anyway, sorry not to be rude or anything, I'm kind of in a little bit of a rut, and sometimes when I do pay too much attention to chat, I already lose my sort of train of thought, as I already kind of had them. But as I said, guys, I did have lots of sort of plans and intentions that I was throwing together last minute, but before I knew it, it was already kind of 10 o'clock at night, and I thought, if I don't throw together something now, we're never going to throw something together. So I don't know if or not you guys are down or willing, or if you wish to choose to maybe find something else to do. What I was going to suggest, or what I had lined up for tonight, is I was going to play in the background, permitting, YouTube permitting, that is, because maybe they might shut us down as they did on Wednesday night when we tried to watch a documentary. I never ever had Super Chat Drain the Swamp. I'm not a monetized channel, so Super Chat and all that things, they're not available to me. And as I said, I'm not monetized, so YouTube does not give me any money or anything. So yeah, actually, Crying Hippie, if you do want some good deals, at the minute, if you order with Kind Flowers before the end of the month, you will be entitled to a 10% discount on every order from now until the end of November. So check out Kind Flowers, and they got some $100 ounces on there. It would have probably been on the thing, the PayPal Drain the Swamp. So I've never ever had it. You and me too, Crying Hippie. I'm broke. But as I said, guys, what I had kind of planned is in a second I'm going to flip the camera around onto the computer screen, and if we can, I'm going to show you a documentary called The Great American Psy Opera, which was put together by a guy called Ace Baker. And Ace Baker, for me, is kind of, you know, people have heard of Loose Change, and is one example of the conspiracy theory kind of documentary videos. But for me, Loose Change is very much the controlled opposition narrative of the conspiracy theory version of events. And basically why? Because they still, within Loose Change, string the theory to the fact that the planes were involved. They kind of, oh yeah, there was a controlled demolition, and there was this, and there were squibs coming out, and yada yada, whoop-de-woo, ray-tay-tay. But they still involved the fact that there were planes, and maybe they were drone planes, and maybe planes were switched, but they still used the planes as part of that theory. Now, Dr. Judy Woods and Ace Baker are people will, and quite a few other people, engineers for truth and stuff like this, will tell you that aluminum cannot penetrate steel, and that is a physical impossibility. And for example, if you've got yourself a tall boy empty beer can, and then you've got a big block of steel, and you dropped the block of steel onto the beer can wouldn't come out the other side unscathed. It'd just squish and squash. And the towers were just two very, very large, huge blocks of steel encased within an inner block of steel. So there is no way in the world that an aluminum aircraft that can be dented and brought down by a bird, if a bird hits the nose cone of a plane, it will bring that motherfucker down. And there are many, many images of this available for you to look at. So Ace Baker put together the Great American Psy Opera, and he was one of the forerunners of the no plane theory, and I'm a big no planer, whether or not you choose to agree with that theory, but that is what I truly believe, that planes would not be able to penetrate steel. And even on the day itself, casting my back 19 years, I can still see where I was, what I was doing, and just fixed at the screen listening to the mainstream narrative. And it wasn't until later in the day that we started to see images of the second aircraft allegedly hitting the towers. And at the time I'm looking at it and like, that don't look right. Plane, why didn't nothing fall off the plane? Planes don't just slice into the building and kind of disappear without a trace. And I guess maybe at the time I did even consider that it was CGI imagery, but for the reasons that maybe they didn't want to actually show the real plane, because that might be dissensitive or to the victims. And sometimes you're not actually allowed to show kind of death and murder on TV live. But 9/11 very much was a live, real-time snuff movie, because we watched not only supposed aircrafts crash into buildings and explode with all the passengers, as well as into caverns in Pennsylvania in the ground. We witnessed people falling from the deaths and jumping, or maybe pushed out by some kind of electrical force that was inside the buildings. Yeah, hot knife through butter, almost like a hot knife through liquefied butter, Kelly Keyboard. They just vanished, and that is not crash physics. Crash physics will determine that parts of the plane, it will kind of hit and crumple. Maybe some windows and stuff will break, but it will just bounce off and fall, as well as the contents of the aircraft will fall out. And we didn't see any of that, not once. And then not only that, the Pentagon, there was no trace of an aircraft. Pennsylvania, no trace of an aircraft, just disappeared, disintegrated. So 4 plane crashes with no debris or remote evidence that there was a plane there. It just didn't make sense. And as I said, over the years since it's happened in research and looking into this stuff, I'm almost certain that without a doubt there were no planes, as well as many, many other people do. And this is kind of where the truth movement kind of does hit the wall of controlled opposition, because within circles of the truth movement, certainly about 9/11, if you, like for Alex Jones, for example, if you go to Alex Jones and start talking to him about no planes, he will laugh you off air and kick you out of the studio and ridicule you. And there are some people within the truth community, and I think even David Icke is one of those that will dismiss the no plane theory. But anyway, as I say, guys, no one's sort of given me any feedback. Yes, that sounds good. Let's watch the documentary, T. That's a really wonderful idea. And then you can join us in the chat. Hey, Kali Ninja, how are you doing? Glad to see you here. Alias, glad to see you. We've got 12 folks watching right now. So I don't know if that's going to work, or you just want to hear me rambling away. It's almost like a choose your own adventure at this point, guys. I do got the documentary lined up, ready to go. There is a chance and a possibility that we could get shut down by YouTube, as we did the other night when we tried to do similar and have sort of like movie night. As I said, you can just listen to me warble and ramble on about 9/11. Up to you. You can choose and decide. Shall I see if I can put something else on? I love it. Hey, what do you love? Okay, Nancy, cool with me doesn't really say either or, does it? It just says, hang on, does this work?
My calculations are correct. When this baby hits 88 miles per hour, you're gonna see some serious shit.
My flows hit you at straight 88 miles per hour. That's enough to generate 1.21.
You was enjoying listening.
I'm on the run from the Libyans. It was a straight jack move for plutonium. And when they van rolls up, it's pandemonium. 1:18 a.m. at Twin Pines Mall is when I can pinpoint my total.
Actually, Nancy, I really sometimes have absolutely no idea what you're saying, and sometimes I wonder if even you do. But anyway, there was another little tune for you, something that I can put in as and when I'm needed. TSP TV Live. Do you like that one? Okay, well, you can listen to me. As I said, the sort of documentary was a little bit of a default backup plan. It is 4 hours long, so I'm pretty sure hardly any of you would pay attention for that duration of time. So is the microphone better for you? Was it better with the microphone? And I'm just going to unplug it now. So okay, you want to hear me talk? We can do that. That's not a problem. Hang on a second, sorry. You know what, I'm not unplugging it. You're just going to have to make do with the microphone. But I don't want to sort of disrupt what I've got going on here too much. And I can see... No, there it was. Easy enough. The external mic is disconnected, so I'm micless right now. Tell me if this is better or worse than it was before. Anyone want to let there? So no planes, that was what I was talking about. I got to kind of figure out where to go next, because I was kind of hoping you wanted to watch the documentary, but I guess you do like me. Okay, that's worse. Thank you, Kelly. So the microphone is now reconnected. So as I said, I am trying to, thank you, Kali Ninja, try to improve this the best I can. Now, despite the fact that I have... excuse me, I just swallowed a little bit of lung butter. It is getting very cold all of a sudden over the last few days. But what was I going to say? In the temperatures dropped and there was a little bit of fall in the air. But a couple of the videos that I have uploaded, is it better if I put it closer like this? I uploaded recently. A couple of you are saying that the sound is low. Now, believe you me, guys, I don't like at the edit and go, do you know what would be cool if I put the volume down really low so no one can hear it? In parts of the video, like sometimes the screen recordings are louder than when I talk to the mic, and hopefully maybe in coming days I might try and actually pick up a nicer microphone, a more professional microphone to plug in. It should improve it, but a lot of it is out of my capabilities and it's down to sort of the YouTube algorithm and something I do consider as part of the passive censorship. So that's it. Okay, so this was actually only a couple of bucks, this little microphone from China that I bought last year. and I haven't really kind of used it. It was more of a sort of gimmicky thing, but sorry, there was a tiny little burp for baby P. I had a big chug of coffee before we went on air tonight, so it is a little bit unfortunate. As I said, I was kind of really gonna go with the video, and maybe we could just turn it around and watch it sort of quietly in the background, and I can still talk in the back over it. Maybe it's hard. I associated watching it with normal life for me, and nothing is normal for so long. Thank you, T and Gusset Girls, Callie, Nin and Nancy crying hippie. Did I miss something there? Let me go back and see. Oh no, I didn't. What do you associate? Hey Glynis, glad to see you. So what do you associate with normal, Alias? Sorry if I did miss something there. So it's kind of bugging me a little bit because I've got the door in the background. That's what I'm trying. My head's trying to cut the door because you can't zoom in on the front camera. But the whole, as I said, if we want to go back to my sort of experiences at the time, not only was it the planes on the day I was like watching it, just somehow doesn't look right. These images seem to be like bad special effects. That's the only way you can kind of yeah, that's it. I'm kind of a little bit, as I said, discombobulated at the minute, maybe a little bit too caffeinated as well, Alias. No, you were taking it. I still don't understand what that means. Sorry, I've lost my train of thought. And as I said, guys, it is a little bit difficult. My mind does sort of wander to some very weird places at any given moment at the minute. So where was I? So a couple of days after the dust had sort of not literally settled, but was settling, we started hearing, obviously, on the day about Flight 93. And even at the time, I'm kind of thinking that it didn't sort of make sense that somehow these passengers got wind of what was going on and somehow mobilized themselves and brought down the plane and the hijackers, and thus thwarting that particular jihadist's attempts to strike whatever target he was heading for when that plane came down in Pennsylvania. But as a couple of days after, maybe even 3 days after, they kind of had a CNN special. And back in the UK at the time, where I was living with my ex-wife at the time, they started showing the American stream of CNN news. We have CNN Europe, which is very, very similar, but kind of has a little bit different content to CNN United States. But we're getting the United States stream of CNN, and not only that, we're getting Fox News streamed in as well. So for a couple of days sort of back in England afterwards, and for about a month afterwards, we kind of had these direct links to the US cable network news companies. But I think it was CNN. They had a special, I don't know, it wasn't like a documentary, but a special presentation with one of the Flight 93 family members. And they had this whole huge family sort of congregated there, and the wife and the kids and the sort of 2.4 whitewashed, middle class white picket fence type family, swinging porch kind of, seat on the veranda and the porch, that kind of imagery. Everything about them was very wholesome and nice. And they were interviewing the wife of the alleged guy, and she kind of told him about the phone call and the interaction she was having with her husband in real time as he was on the plane, and like interpreting to her what was going on with it. And she was like, at the time I was the only person on the earth that knew what was going on inside that plane, and had it not been for my brave husband. But what was very, very, very interesting, again, I'm actually going through a period of grief myself, that this was just days removed from not only the events of 9/11, but the fact that this family had lost not only their father, a husband, a brother, a son, an uncle, all the swings, all the bells, all the whistles. Not one of those family members looked at all distressed or upset or remotely bothered that they'd just lost a dear loved one. In fact, they kind of looked as though they were kind of just, being told to act solemnly while rendering and reciting a scripted story of what happened with Flight 93. Now, again, caught up at the time, I'm still sort of like trying to digest it, as we all are. And, you know, the planes kind of didn't really look real, but I was hearing that's what it was, and we were led to believe that these 19 fundamental Islamic extremists with limited with limited knowledge of flights and armed with box cutters somehow managed to successfully hijack commercial airliners, and then with their limited flight knowledge of wooden propeller planes somehow navigated these large planes beyond their physical capabilities at speeds excessive beyond the maximum speed of those aircrafts, and then successfully hit 75% of their targets, because of course the Pennsylvania plane was brought down. But we're very caught up in the narrative, and that is what the official narrative was, that it needs to be replayed over and over and over again, and you didn't get a break of it. And literally for about 2 or 3 days I was sat there watching the mainstream news. And even sort of back then, although we kind of had the internet and we had the World Wide Web and computers and stuff in home, not everybody had them, and we certainly didn't have cell phones. Now, the other thing that we did have at the time, although we didn't have, as I said, you know, the cell phone capability that we do now, many people kind of had the little Discman camcorders. And New York City is an extremely tourist visited destination. Millions and millions of tourists each and every year, and each and every day, in fact, will visit New York, in particular Manhattan, and many of these tourists will be armed with cameras and such forth to be able to record their memories of their trip and visit. So it's kind of like, oh my goodness, it's going to be like fucking shitloads of pictures coming. I'm just waiting for the floodgates to open. But it didn't come. All we saw were the same 5 images over and over and over again. The Hertzakani video is one of the most famous ones, where it's like kind of you're looking up as it come in, and then just disappeared into the building as if by magic. Indeed, Kelly Kibo. Now, if you have been on a plane, they did used to have phones on the back of the seats, and with a credit card you could swipe it and you could make phone calls, but it's extremely, extremely expensive. And some of the reports at the time said that that's what people were doing. They were using the onboard phones to communicate with loved ones and such. But the family that were supposedly, you know, grieving for their loved one sort of displayed no signs of grief whatsoever. And as I said, for me, it can hit at any given time. I can only imagine that close removed from the actual event itself, that under the spotlight, under the cameras, that maybe one of the children or the kids might actually sort of break down and cry. And, you know, even that emotion would have been raw, real, and wonderful, not necessarily wonderful footage, but in terms of production value, and from this side of the camera, it would be, wow, this is gold, you know, that's going to just pull at the heartstrings of everyone. This boy breaking down live on TV at the loss of his father. But none of them did it. They all remained very calm and kind of collected and almost, as I said, scripted. And I almost thought at the time that, yeah, they were a family and they were crisis actors, although we didn't call them crisis actors then. I remember even at the time saying to my wife, they're actors. They don't look as though they're really upset. And my theory was at the time that they didn't bring the plane down, the plane was brought down, and they just said that the heroes did, so they didn't sort of kind of have to admit that the United States Air Force had actually shot down a commercial airliner with its own citizens on board. And maybe they come up with this story, this little spin story, as a little bit of damage control, and at the same time sort of making a little bit of a tiny victory in the otherwise devastating defeat that 9/11 was, and the impact that that had on the United States. I'm pretty sure there were fake calls. I'm not saying they weren't. I'm just saying at the time there are these phones on the back of airliners, they're there, and you could use a credit card to make calls. And I'm not saying that they didn't do that, but I'm pretty sure that a lot of those calls were very fake. There's one in particular where it's like, "Hey mum, it's your son John something or other," the guy that worked, and he kind of give his name and his job and said, "I'm just letting you know I'm on flight da da da." So you know, and he kind of read. He didn't sound like a son who was on a plane that was just about to die and wanted to say his last goodbyes to his mum. Or his wife, I can't remember who it was. And then there's, of course, the famous guy that kind of told us the official narrative. He was an eyewitness that was living in an apartment block across the street from the World Trade Center. And apparently this guy, he had witnessed both planes hit. And he kind of, you know, I was first seen an American airline jet hit the first tower at around 8:46. And then around 17 minutes later, I saw the second one hit. And then after about an hour, I saw both buildings collapse, mostly under structural collapse due to the heat of the fire from the jet fuel. And months later, when they did put out the 911 commission report, that was pretty much what they said: the pancake theory, and the fact that the heat from the top of the building kind of got too hot and then it plummeted down. But here's the other thing with the pancake theory, that again, this is a solid steel structure, and the lower you get down the building, the stronger it gets. So at the base of the building, that is where the structure is at its much strength, and because it needs to hold the weight of the remainder of the building. So even if there was a structural collapse on the floors, on like the 95th or whatever floor it was, the 93rd floor that the first aircraft hit, there was only a very small portion of the building remaining at the top of the building, right? So even though there would have been a collapse maybe a couple of floors down below it, it would have like stopped, because the weight of the building underneath would have done, and then eventually it would just sort of toppled and fell off. And it would have needed something to have taken out every single level below at the same time for in order to it, you know, it had to be coordinated for it to have fallen in free fall as it did. But the building was designed to kind of withstand that kind of impact. So it's very, 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 very kind of far-fetched, and kind of like, you know, do they really kind of expect us to believe this, that the floors, you know, fucking hundreds of meters below it were sort of relatively unscathed, just collapsed at that time? And bearing in mind, these two buildings were among the most solid and secure and sturdy constructions on the planet. They were built to withstand not only aircraft strikes, they were high winds, earthquakes, lightning strikes, you name it. They were designed to withstand almost anything. So without something taking out the support columns below or removing the inner column, it would be very, very unlikely that a pancake effect could logically, physically happen. And that was what was passed off as the official report. So not only do you have that impossible physicality, you also have the impossible physicality of the aluminum penetrating the steel in the terms of the aircraft. We also have the impossibility that jet fuel does not burn hot enough and long enough to burn steel to the point that it would just collapse. And again, the floors below were not touched by jet fuel. It only come down a little bit, and most of the jet fuel, if it was indeed jet fuel, would have burnt up immediately on impact. It would have gone up in a fireball. But it all started after a period of time. You know, as much as you wanted to believe that it was radicalized Islamics, it became very, 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 very apparent that something was rotten in Denmark. My sister was in the towers only days before the event. She told me some of the walls were taken out like it was under construction. And it was. There was a lot of construction. For those of you who are unaware, the buildings were condemned buildings. Due to the fact of their construction, asbestos was put literally in all of them, where it was allowed under permit in the 1960s during the construction of the World Trade Center. But fast forward to the early part of the 21st century, asbestos was outlawed and was required to be removed under the sort of, you know, the sort of trade-in, but there's some, I can't think of the word again, forgive me guys, I'm not exactly the full ticket right now. But the city of New York, they have certain standards and requirements that your buildings have to meet, and having asbestos meant that they were like pretty much, yeah, you can't be using these buildings, asbestos is bad, you're gonna have to replace it. And the ticket and the price tag for replacing it was in its millions, and the Port Authority of New York leading up to the events was actually trying to sell or find a new lease owner for the World Trade Center, and lo and behold, lucky for them, in August of that year, just a few weeks, in fact it was just 6 weeks before the events, good old Larry Silverstein, this guy, he steps up and he says, you know what, Port Authority, I'm going to take out a 99-year lease, even though he's an old guy anyway, you know what I mean, he ain't got many years left to live himself, but he felt he needed a 99-year lease, and he said, yeah, you know what, I'll take care of it, I'll get the asbestos done, don't you worry about a thing, Silverstein's got you. There's a couple of million as a down payment, I'll pay the other $1 billion when and as I get it, you know, I'm Larry Silverstein, I'm good for it, you don't need to worry about that. So he signed this contract with the Port Authority, paid a down payment of a few $1 million on the lease for 99 years, and at the same time of writing out his contract, he got his lawyers to write a particular and very specifically worded insurance policy. Now, something insurance companies don't necessarily pay out for are acts of God and acts of terrorism. Insurance companies won't pay out on either of those things, unfortunately. But Larry Silverstein, in his foresight and in his wisdom, thought, you know what, just in case, I'm going to get my lawyers just to write it. You never know what's going to happen. I mean, goodness knows, I've got 99 years to make these buildings nice. I've got all the time in the world to sort all this asbestos out. But just in case, I better get a terrorist clause put into my insurance policy. And lo and behold, it got implemented into the contract, and he did in fact receive quite a sizable payout, not once but twice, because he filed 2 separate claims for each tower that was struck that day. It wasn't one big insurance claim, he filed 2 and got quite a nice return on his investment. Welcome, Killer Kyle. I did notice you said something there. Twin towers were built to withstand a Boeing 707. Indeed it was, which is a quad jetliner, and that was the biggest plane of the time when they were being put up, and we were just talking about that before you come, Kyle. So as I said, if I would have put some time and effort more into this stream, I kind of made some videos to put into the stream, because we can do that, and I have got the ability to sort of do that. I just don't know how to kind of put other websites and stuff into the stream live so we can watch them. I need to kind of make a recording or a video and then upload that through my media files directly, so we could have maybe had some visuals. So you're gonna have to make do with me warbling along and have to sort of visualize it yourself. But the thing of the matter is, guys, that we've seen those images so many times before. We can picture it in our head, right? I can almost close my eyes and watch it minute for minute. And over those many years since then, I've spent a lot of time down rabbit holes looking at them. Let me just try something a second, guys. I still find it very uncomfortable looking at the camera. You probably can't see that very well. I'm going to turn the sound down. Killer, look, I'm using your computer. And maybe we can just like look at it in the background, and I can talk along over it. If that works for you. Yeah, Killer, if you know anything about OBS and outside broadcasting, maybe we'll have to get together at some time and have a little chat on email, because I want to try and figure it out how I can utilize the computer a little bit more. Yeah, it's kind of, I was getting into using it, and then all this kind of stuff with my old man kind of put me in a little bit of a funk and a limbo for a few weeks, but we are crawling out of it, and we're trying to get ourselves together. You know what, guys, I know you've been listening to me talk, but I'm gonna this, and let's see if we get away with it. Sorry, it's in German. Yeah, let's keep a countdown, Callie.
Hey, so
What the fuck happened there? Sorry about that. I was going to put it up. So this is, hold on, sorry about that, guys. This is the documentary Great American Sight Opera. If you watch one 9/11 conspiracy documentary, this is the one to watch. So I'm going to press play again. I hope you guys are hearing it okay, all right. As I said, we could even potentially stop and start in between and chat about it. So guys, it is movie night. I'm going to try and join you in the chat. And as Kali Ninja said, we'll wait and see how long it will be before we get shut off.
Hello, mein Name ist Ace Baker. Ich schreibe und produziere Musik für Film und
Oh my
Fernsehen.
god, I didn't realize it had
Zudem bin
German
ich auch ein
dubbed.
Special Effects Experte. Und wir sind hier in meinem Studio in Süd.
Oh my god, that sucks. It's the German version. Motherfucker. That ruined it. We were doing so good up until that point. We were holding the hold on. That's a shame. Let's go to Dr. Judy Wood. That is such a shame. Because the copy that I had saved had been removed. Lo and behold.
This is as close as we can get to the base of the World Trade Center. You can see the firemen assembled here, the police officers, FBI agents, and you can see the two towers. A huge explosion now raining debris on all of us. We better get out of the way.
Hang on. What the hell? Sorry, guys.
The limitations are mental limitations. They're psychological and emotional limitations about what it is we're allowing ourselves to see about the nature of the universe. Moray and I had a very nice little chat about this, that it is a game in many ways of perception. And you get the world that you perceive. If you keep perceiving it on one level, indeed, you will get that world. And if you open that world up, which is the purpose of this entire conference, you will get a larger, infinite world. Okay, without further ado, I want to bring on Judy Wood and get down to some more brass tacks so we can progress our evolutionary thrust in today's afternoon. Judy Wood.
Hello. What makes, let's see, my laser pointer. My laser pointer I don't see anymore. Nope, laser pointer.
A laser, please.
I had one laying out here, and the blue one. Yeah, great. Thank you. Fantastic. Well, what makes the scientist? The lab coat? Many folks have said that, well, she's not a scientist, she's not an engineer. Well, what makes an engineer? I have degrees that show it. I have a lot of experience that show that. But a lot of folks need an icon. They need somebody to look the position in order to take it seriously. So I'll go ahead and take these off, or maybe take me more seriously if I wore the coat. Let's see. Hey, you want to pull it off so I don't take off the...
How far do you want to go?
Yeah. There you go.
Most people don't realize that this lab coat originally came from, does anyone know? Madison Avenue.
Okay, hold on,
They
guys.
decided that doctors will look more official and authoritative if they wore a white lab coat.
Thanks.
I think I found the English version. Here we go. We're back to Ace Baker. Sorry, guys. This is the one I wanted to show you.
Hello, my name is Ace Baker. I write and produce music for film and television, and I'm also an expert in visual effects, and we're here in my studio in Southern California. I've been researching the events of 9/11 for the past 4 years. The horrific events of 9/11 burned a deep scar in the public conscience. Who can forget the day 19 suicidal Muslim terrorists hijacked planes and deliberately crashed them into the Twin Towers and the Pentagon? Who can forget when the Twin Towers collapsed under their own weight, overwhelmed by the intense jet fuel fires? Who can forget the outrage we all felt that day, knowing that 3,000 innocent people had been murdered in such a diabolic way? And all for what? All because a backward band of religious extremists were determined to destroy Western civilization? Is this story true? What on earth happened? The phenomena that we see on 9/11 are so powerful and so strange, it defies explanation. It will boggle your mind. I want to take you on my journey of discovery. I think you'll find it very interesting, but I warn you now. What you will see and learn may be disturbing and may upset and challenge your view of your government, your news media, and your world. But I ask you to watch because I believe that getting to the truth of what happened on 9/11 is the most important issue of our time. Let's begin by revisiting 9/11 the way most of us experienced it in the first place, through the lens of television news.
The average life expectancy, as we know, for a cat or a dog is between 10 and 15 years, but that there's a new scientific breakthrough which could give your pet a longer life. And Dr. Carol Hurley, a veterinarian with the Waltham Center for Pet Nutrition in England, has developed what they're calling a kind of
the most amazing man that America has ever created, ever. Okay, I have got to interrupt you right now.
Sorry.
Richard Hack, thank you very much. We appreciate the book is called Hughes. We want to go live right now and show you a picture of the World Trade Center, where I understand, do we have it? No, we do not. We have a breaking story, though. We're going to come back with that in just a moment.
I want to tell you what we know as we know it. We just got a report in that there's been some sort of explosion at the World Trade Center in New York City. One report said, and we can't confirm any of this, that a plane may have hit one of the two towers of the World Trade Center, but again, you're seeing the live pictures here.
As we come on air, we have serious news of a major possible air crash in the United States. A plane appears to have crashed into one of New York's tallest buildings, the World Trade Center.
There is one report, as of yet unconfirmed, that a plane has hit the World Trade Center, and you can see that there is smoke there coming out.
It's 8:52 here in New York. I'm Bryant Gumbel. We understand that there has been a plane crash on the southern tip of Manhattan. We have, I understand, an eyewitness on the phone right now.
It seemed to be like a small plane. I just heard a couple noises. It looked like it bounced off the building, and then I just saw a huge ball of fire on top.
Manhattan. We're trying to get people on the telephone to see what more we can learn. We have no idea if it was a plane. Was it in any sense deliberate? Was it an accident?
We don't know yet whether this was an accident, some sort of planned incident. We just want to show you this picture here, and we are trying to get some information.
It did seem to you that it was done on purpose?
You know, I don't know if I can say that.
Because I was just standing there pretty much looking out the window. I didn't see what caused it or if there was an impact.
Don Daler, ABC's Don Daler, who is on the scene. Don, just give me some description again of what you can see now.
What we're seeing, it appears that there is more and more fire and smoke enveloping the very top of the building. And as fire crews are descending on this area, it does not appear that there's any kind of an effort up there yet. Now remember, oh my God.
That looks like a second plane.
I did not see a plane go in. That just exploded.
I just saw another plane coming in from the side.
You did. That was out of
Yes, and that's the second explosion. You could see the plane come in just from the right-hand side of the screen. So this looks like it is some sort of a concerted effort to attack the World Trade Center that is underway in downtown New York.
Let me just get a better look right now.
Okay, go ahead.
I'd say the whole takes about, looks like 6, 7 floors were taken out. And there's more explosions right now. Hold on, people are running.
Hold on just a moment. We've got an explosion inside.
The building's exploding right now. You got people running up the street.
Okay.
I don't know what's going on.
Okay, just put Winston on pause there for just a moment.
Okay, the whole building just exploded some more. The whole top part.
Okay.
The building's still intact. People are running up the street.
The picture from our chopper now arriving at the scene. Jim Friedel in Hoboken said it appeared to bank sharply and smash directly, perhaps purposefully, into, oh my goodness.
Oh, God.
There's another one. Oh my goodness, there's another one.
There's another one. Another plane just hit. Right? Oh my God. Another plane has just hit. It hit another building. Flew right into the middle of it. Explosion. My God, it's right in the middle of the building.
This went into the East Tower.
Yes. Yes. Right in the middle of the building. And right now, that was definitely looked like it was on purpose.
Seems to be on purpose.
Oh my goodness! Now it's obvious. I think that there's a second plane just crashed into the World Trade Center. I think we have a terrorist act of proportions that we cannot begin to imagine at this juncture.
You saw a plane?
Yes, I just saw a plane go into the building.
Why do you say that was definitely on purpose?
Because it just flew straight into it. It didn't look like it was, and it didn't look like a commercial jet.
Oh my God! My goodness. A second plane now has crashed into the other tower of the World Trade Center. Obviously, suicide, terrorist attack on the World Trade Center. What we have been fearing, what we have been fearing for the longest time here apparently has come to pass. A disastrous terrorist attack on the World Trade Center.
About 10 minutes later, the second building went off. Did you see it? Yes, I saw it. It just blew up. A big explosion. People started running. It was just chaos everywhere. People jumping out. People just kept jumping and jumping and jumping. And you could still see they were alive because they were flailing around.
The FBI has already stepped in to investigate. It could be possibly a terrorist strike.
Right, it could be. It could be because the first one went off and then 10 minutes later, this just blew up out of nowhere.
Hard to think that would just be accidental.
No, I don't think it would be accidental.
Concerns about terrorism. Of course, the name Osama bin Laden was greatly mentioned.
Let's go to Florida. President Bush has to speak.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a difficult moment for America. Today, we've had a national tragedy. 2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country. I have spoken to the Vice President, to the Governor of New York, to the Director of the FBI, and have ordered that the full resources of the federal government go to help the victims and their families, and to conduct a full-scale investigation to hunt down and to find those folks who committed this act. Terrorism against our nation will not stand. And now, if you join me in a moment of silence. May God bless the victims, their families, and America. Thank you very much.
That, of course, was President Bush, who is...
An urgent wire now saying another aircraft, unbelievably, has crashed into the Pentagon.
Folks, you're not going to see another day like this.
The initial assumption this official said was that this had something to do, or at least they were looking into any possible connections with Osama bin Laden. The administration recently released a warning that they thought Osama bin Laden might strike out against U.S. targets.
Obviously, this has all the appearances of an extraordinarily well-coordinated and devastating terrorist attack here in the
FBI Special Operations Center is now in full alert. The FBI extremely concerned that there would be additional attacks. Normally when you have a situation like this, they immediately get on the line with the CIA, the various intelligence agencies, trying to get a sense of who might have been planning something. But right now, the first order of business is to protect against a second attack, third attack. The feeling is normally when you have this kind of situation, there will be more attacks almost immediately.
Let's go to the trade tower again, because, John, we now have what do we have?
There has just been a huge explosion. We can see a billowing smoke rising, and I'll tell you that I can't see that second tower, but there was a cascade of sparks and fire, and now it looks almost like a mushroom cloud explosion.
Unfortunately, one of the worst fears that might have happened has come to pass. One of those towers, 110 stories, has apparently collapsed.
The entire building has just collapsed, as if a demolition team set off. When you see the old demolitions of these old buildings, it folded down on itself, and it is not there anymore.
That should be it.
It
Thanks
has
very much,
completely
Dan.
collapsed.
The whole side has collapsed?
The whole building has collapsed.
The whole building has collapsed?
The building has collapsed.
That's the southern tower you're talking about.
Exactly. The second building that we witnessed the airplane enter had been, the top half had been fully involved in flame. It just collapsed. There is panic on the street.
This. If you wish to bring anybody who's ever watched a building being demolished on purpose knows that if you're going to do this, you have to get at the under infrastructure of a building and bring it down.
Peter?
Yes, Dan.
What appeared to happen from my vantage point, the top part of the building was totally involved in fire, and there appeared to be no effort possible to put that fire out. It looked like the top part of the building was so weakened by the fire that the weight of it collapsed the rest of the building.
We were affected by the absolute disintegration of one of those Twin Trade Center towers. The people who were unlucky enough to be below that, clearly devastated by this effect.
The embassy bombings in East Africa, the Clinton administration waited about 10 days and launched a missile attack against the camps of Osama bin Laden, who they felt confident at that time they could say was responsible for it, and who's since been charged in it. In this case, I think this ratchets up.
Excuse me. This is the Pentagon we're looking at now, according to my monitor.
So there's parts of debris of airplane and stuff scattered along the road here. So
looks like Marv.
Explosion up there. So.
Maybe he had an EMP shield, that's why he didn't get struck by Pentagon debris.
Trade centers here in New York have been hit by airplanes. In Washington, there is a large fire at the Pentagon. The Pentagon has been evacuated. And there's, you can see, perhaps the second tower, the front tower, the top portion of which is collapsing. Good Lord. There are no words. You can see large pieces of the building falling. You can see the smoke rising. You can see a portion of the side of the building now just being covered on the right side as I look at it, covered in smoke. This is just a horrific scene.
Did you see that dissolve?
Oh, it's hard to put it into words, and maybe one doesn't need to. Both trade towers, where thousands of people work, on this day, Tuesday, have now been attacked and destroyed.
There was constant intelligence that terrorist organizations, and specifically that financed by Osama bin Laden, was trying to mount another series of attacks against the United States. Of course, they thought of the symbolic targets. The most symbolic was the World Trade Center because it had been attacked yet not brought down. And It seems that those concerns that even caused the World Trade Center to hire a senior FBI counterterrorism official just weeks ago to try and beef up security have come home to roost.
This is from Somerset County, Pennsylvania. This is where the United Airlines Flight 93, this was a Boeing 757 bound from Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco. It crashed in Somerset County, Pennsylvania, near the town of Shanksville.
But that's really all you see is a large crater in the ground and just tiny, tiny bits of debris there.
From my close-up inspection, there's no evidence of a plane having crashed anywhere near the Pentagon. The only site is the actual side of the building that's crashed in. And as I said, the only pieces left that you can see are small enough that you could pick up in your hand. There are no large tail sections, wing sections, a fuselage, nothing like that anywhere around, which would indicate that the entire plane crashed into the side of the Pentagon.
Actually, several minutes after the first plane had hit, I saw this plane come out of nowhere and just scream right into the side of the Twin Tower, exploding through the other side. And then I witnessed both towers collapse, one first and then the second, mostly due to structural failure because the fire was just too intense.
Now, more on the
What a
latest
guy, huh? What a
building
guy.
collapse in New York. You might have heard a few moments ago, I was talking about the Salomon Brothers building collapsing. And indeed it has. Apparently that's only a few hundred yards away from where the World Trade Center towers were. And it seems that this was not a result of a new attack. It was because the building had been weakened during this morning's attacks. We'll probably find out more now about that from our correspondent, Jane Stanley. Jane, what more can you tell us about the Salomon Brothers building and its collapse?
Well, only really what you already know. Details are very, very sketchy. There's almost a sense downtown in New York behind me, down by the World Trade Centers, of just an area completely closed off as the rescue workers try to do their job.
You're with them there. I mean, what are they saying tonight after this catastrophic attack?
There was a sense of panic. Our reports from the scene were of people just absolutely horrified. And I've already seen some photographs of that a man took down in the downtown area, and it looks like the aftermath of a huge atom bomb or something, just full of debris.
Now, here we're going to show you a videotape of the collapse itself. Now we go to videotape the collapse of this building. Amazing, incredible picture word. For the third time today, it's reminiscent of those pictures we've all seen too much on television before, when a building was deliberately destroyed by well-placed dynamite to knock it down.
I grew up in England. I was in the Blitz during the war, and when I saw the devastation, I said, oh my God, it just looks like this all over again.
But why did these buildings collapse? Buildings that went up only 30 years ago, that should last for a century or more. It wasn't the explosion, the force of the two planes, structural engineers tell us. It was the heat. The flames there burned too long and too hot, rising above 1,500 degrees. It began to melt the steel. And the floors in the towers were connected to the steel skin on the outside. And as that steel literally melted, that floor gave way, fell on the next, and down they came. That was the structural failure. They were not built to withstand more than 1,500 degrees of heat caused by two planes fully laden with gasoline flying into them on this day here in New York.
Engineers suspect the temperatures inside the crash areas could have quickly reached well over 1,000 degrees, perhaps approaching 2,000 degrees, beyond the melting point of any steel. The heat would have obliterated the insulation around the structure, the fire suppression system. Once this happened, nothing could save the Twin Towers.
And were destroyed by the fact that this aviation fuel got loose and just, in effect, melted the steel.
Right. That the people who worked on the building, architects and engineers, have told her that the reason this building crashed was not at all having to do with not directly having to do with the aircraft which hit it. They actually withstood that. It was not because their very low understructures collapsed as a result of the concussion, but ultimately collapsed because the steel on the top, which was exposed to such intense heat, largely the result of the aviation gasoline which went into that building along with the aircraft. The heat was so intense that the steel melted and the building began to collapse down unto itself from on top.
Brown, who spent 6 years building the towers from day one in 1966, says the planes didn't cause the towers to collapse, but rather the fire and tremendous heat that exposed the steel superstructure to forces it could not withstand.
Structural steel is fireproof to last between 1 and 2 hours, which it did, and then steel melts.
Look at these two cars placed on top of one another. I think when you think about the impact that these planes must have had, it's hard to visualize it because everything melted. But here, at least you have some remnants. You have literally an engine that is melded together with other parts of the car. Moving over, you've got another car they moved here. It looks like it's been through a war. You can see the papers, all the burned out papers from the building. You see the soot and the dirt, and it just shows you how devastating this blast was. Look across the street there. You've got a Con Ed truck that, you know, some of the Con Ed people now looking at, examining, trying to figure out which truck that actually was.
For Evan Fairbanks, this is the image that will haunt him and us for the rest of our lives.
The image of that plane just coming out of nowhere, coming into the frame, and disappearing into the south side of the tower, as if a floor had been hollowed out and it was a hangar that it was just landing in. We've seen these images in movies, and we know that it's all artificial, and Hollywood makes it.
You say you saw the first plane fall down. What can you tell me about that plane?
Well, I didn't recognize it as a plane at first. It looked to me like a charred piece of metal, and I had thought that there was an explosion from within the Trade Center, so I thought what I was seeing was a piece of the Trade Center falling, because the sheath of the Trade Center is metal. But since I've learned that the first explosion was caused by a plane crashing into the tower, I've assumed that what I saw was a piece of fuselage that was falling, and the plume of flame I saw shoot out would be consistent with jet fuel exploding.
So you really have no idea of how large a plane the first one was?
No, I didn't even know that was a plane. I learned that from the news media.
Become the building and watch how the aircraft penetrates the building. Go ahead. Completely in one side and out the other.
It just disappeared. It disappeared like a bad special effect.
No second plane. It was a bomb. Bombed another building, not second plane. That was a bomb. Who said the second plane?
That's what we're told. The second plane. We saw it on television.
Everything.
All right. Thanks a lot.
The doorman goes to me, wow, I never seen a plane flying so low. And we looked out at it. All of a sudden, boom. It seemed like it wasn't even real.
We're so accustomed to violence on television. So accustomed. I mean, when the plane flew into one of the two towers, which we saw before our eyes, you thought, well, you know, it's like the graphic artist, isn't it? So what we...
Interestingly tonight, Sam Nunn and Brent Scowcroft, two experts in this field from different political parties, both say that if we really want to stop terrorism, we have to sacrifice some of our cherished civil liberties.
You know what? Whatever we have to do to eradicate the country or the world of this vermin, I just hope Bush will do whatever is necessary to get rid of them.
The deliberate and deadly attacks which were carried out yesterday against our country were more than acts of terror. They were acts of war.
Bin Laden has been a known opponent of the United States for 8 years, and we have not exerted the kind of pressure we're capable of. This is an act of war against the American people, against freedom, as the president said. And I think we have to react on behalf, as we did in 1941, after Pearl Harbor.
Some senators have described this as a second Pearl Harbor.
Taken to a secure location, but Republican Senator John McCain did make a statement. He says that these attacks are an act of war.
It'll take some time to determine who they are and who supported these attacks, but I think we'll find them out, and they will suffer the full measure of our justice. This is obviously an act of war that's been committed on the United States of America.
The front page of USA Today, act of war.
U.S. officials are already piecing together a case linking reputed Arab terrorist Osama bin Laden to today's attack. Bin Laden is believed to be living in Afghanistan and has been previously linked to terrorist attacks against Americans overseas.
Absolute disintegration of one of those
Twin Trade Center towers.
Degrees. It began to melt
the steel melted terrorist organization.
Terrorist
The
attack.
aftermath of a huge atom bomb or something. Just
There are no words.
It's hard to put it into words.
huge atom bomb.
It's almost like a mushroom cloud explosion.
Absolute disintegration.
Good Lord.
My God, the steel melted.
That looks like a second plane.
Got loose and just, in effect, melted the steel.
With Osama bin Laden.
They were acts of war.
Terrorist attack.
Financed by Osama bin
Arab
Laden.
terrorist Osama bin Laden.
Osama bin Laden was in fact
We have to sacrifice civil liberties.
There's no evidence of the plane having
special effect.
Looks like the graphic artist, isn't it?
This is an act of war against
An act of war. They were acts of war.
War to end all wars.
Act of war.
That's the story we were told. 19 kamikaze Muslim hijackers hated our freedom so much that they took over 4 commercial airliners. They flew them around the northeastern United States. They crashed one into each twin tower. And one into the Pentagon.
Smoke rising up out of what looked like a small pit.
One went down in a Pennsylvania field after a struggle with heroic passengers. Super hot fires raged inside the towers, melting the steel supports, eventually causing them to collapse under their own weight.
Almost like a mushroom cloud explosion. And I'll tell you that I can't see that second.
And all of it was masterminded by a guy hiding in a cave in Afghanistan. The events of 9/11 were bizarre and unprecedented. Yet the government wasted no time telling us what happened,
The heat was so intense that the steel melted.
who did it,
Reputed Arab terrorist Osama bin Laden.
and what our response was going to be.
They were acts of war.
Before and since 9/11, no steel-framed skyscrapers have ever completely collapsed from fire. On September 13th, just 48 hours after the event, Northwestern University structural engineer Zdeněk Bazant published his simple analysis. Simple. Bazant imagined the upper block of the tower powering down through the entire undamaged lower part of the tower in what became nicknamed the pile driver theory. That same day, September 13th, 2001, structural engineer Chris Wise also made it simple. He informed us that the fire reached 800 degrees Celsius, which melted the steel supports. The Twin Towers were among the largest and strongest structures ever built. They were a tube within a tube, 240 steel box columns around the perimeter, and a central core structure of 47 massive and cross-braced steel columns. Could plane crashes and fires really cause what we saw?
It was the heat. The flames there burned too long and too hot, rising above 1,500 degrees. It began to melt the steel.
The American people were in shock. Most accepted the simple explanations unquestioningly, but not everyone. On September 11th, explosives expert Van Romero said he thought explosives were planted in the towers. Curiously, a week later, Romero flip-flopped and said that fire did it. But could fire really do this?
It's hard to put it into words.
To some people, it looked an awful lot like a mushroom cloud. On October 21st, 2001, Jay McMichael posted, "Muslims suspend the laws of physics." I tried to be patriotic. I tried to believe, he says. McMichael points out that a jet fuel fire cannot possibly melt steel. A few weeks later, speaking at the UN, President Bush called for intolerance.
Let us never tolerate outrageous conspiracy theories concerning the attacks of September the 11th. Malicious lies that attempt to shift the blame away from the terrorists themselves, away from the guilty.
Nevertheless, videos and websites claiming a 9/11 government conspiracy began to flourish. There were questions, painful questions, about the missing air defenses, demolitions, Building 7, multiple war games, and the airplane passenger lists. A few days after 9/11, CNN published the passenger lists from all 4 of the hijacked flights. No names of any of the 19 hijackers were on there. Larry Silverstein took out a 99-year lease on the Twin Towers just 6 weeks before 9/11, after it had been owned by the Port Authority for over 30 years. Speaking about Building 7 in a PBS documentary, Silverstein said,
"Listen, we've had such terrible loss of life. Maybe the smartest thing to do is pull it." And they made that decision to pull. Then we watched the building collapse.
A put option is a financial instrument that goes up in value when the stock value goes down. Just a few days before 9/11, the volume of put options placed on United and American Airlines spiked to more than 30 times normal. And where was America's mighty air defense? When any commercial aircraft is off course or does not respond to air traffic control, it is standard procedure to intercept with scrambled Air Force fighter jets. F-16s can be airborne in 2 minutes. The 9/11 planes were flying all over the Northeast for an hour and a half. Was it just a coincidence that a number of military war games were taking place on 9/11, including simulated hijackings, planes crashing into buildings, and fake blips injected into radar screens? NORAD and the FAA were confused. Was it just a coincidence that a bioterror exercise called Tripod 2 was scheduled for the day after 9/11 on the pier right next to the World Trade Center, and that FEMA agents had already arrived the night before 9/11?
To be honest with you, we arrived on late Monday night and went into action on Tuesday morning.
Was it just a coincidence that on the day before 9/11, the Pentagon announced that it had misplaced $2.3 trillion? Was it just a coincidence that Flight 77 struck the Pentagon in an area that had recently had the outer walls renovated and that contained financial records, and not in the area where the top brass had their offices? Flight 77 allegedly made a death-defying spiral dive maneuver, then flew in at ground level, knocking over multiple light poles, yet somehow pilot Hani Hanjour maintained control despite the fact that he couldn't even fly a Cessna, and managed to destroy the aircraft so completely that not a single serial number part was ever recovered? Where are the engines? Where are the seats? Where's the luggage? Where are the passengers? Popular Mechanics magazine published an article and later a book promoting the official story.
Conspiracy theorists want to know why it wasn't the width of the full wingspan of the plane, and actually just the simple reason was that the wings came off.
I think what they expect is that if an airplane hits a building, it kind of punches a cartoon-like hole in the building in the exact shape of the wings. The wings did not fully penetrate the facade. In fact, the wings had already been partially sheared off by the time the plane even hit the building.
Perhaps people expected a cartoon cutout at the Pentagon because earlier they'd been shown cartoon cutouts at the Twin Towers. And what about World Trade Center Building 7? A 47-story skyscraper that dropped straight down into its footprint at 5:20 p.m. on 9/11. It certainly wasn't hit by any airplane. And why was most of the steel from Ground Zero hurriedly shipped off to China before it could be studied?
We were able to move 120 dump trucks out of the city last night, which will give you a sense of the work that was done overnight.
A number of early researchers noticed the sheer speed of the tower destruction. An object dropped from the top of the towers would take 9.2 seconds to freefall to the ground, ignoring air resistance. With air resistance, freefall time could go above 12 seconds. Measuring the downward acceleration of Building 7, it is shown that the mass literally went into freefall, meaning the structure offered no resistance whatsoever. This is irrefutable proof of controlled demolition.
It's amazing. Amazing, incredible, pick your word.
The 9/11 Blimp website offered this graphic, asking which would hit the ground first. The top part of any skyscraper is the lightest and weakest part. They get progressively stronger and more massive as they go down. A growing number of people could not believe this was a gravity-driven collapse. In May 2002, FEMA released the first official government study on 9/11. The findings were packaged for mass media in the PBS Nova program, Why the Towers Fell.
As the steel began to soften and melt, the interior core columns began to give. Then you had this sequential failure that took place where it all pancaked one after the other.
If the floors pancaked, wouldn't the core structures be left standing? Quarter-mile-high monoliths of steel and concrete allegedly collapsed and fell down into a pile. This is what was actually left of the Twin Towers. Aman Zafar took this series of still photos from across the Hudson River. The building appears to systematically disintegrate into an expanding cloud of dust, a dust tsunami. Posting on his site 9/11 Research, mathematician and software engineer Jim Hoffman studied the expansion of the dust cloud. He discovered this phenomenon required at least 10 times more energy than would be available from the falling mass of the tower.
Oh my God! Oh my God! I told you!
That's not even counting the energy needed to break the building apart and create all the dust.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Only powerful explosives could explain the presence of so much energy. Public pressure forced a new government investigation. The 9/11 Commission issued its report in August 2004, but they ignored all of the troubling questions raised by the Truth Movement. Instead, they assumed the official story about the 19 hijackers and framed public debate around intelligence failures. Did the Bush administration receive warnings that Al-Qaeda was going to strike? How specific were the threats? How can security be strengthened in the future? The 9/11 Commission did offer one casual little footnote about the frailty of the Twin Towers. Does this look like a hollow steel shaft? The 9/11 Commission did not even mention Building 7. But we did get some very interesting testimony from Transportation Secretary Norman Mineta.
During the time that the airplane coming in to the Pentagon, there was a young man who would come in and say to the vice president, the plane is 50 miles out. The plane is 30 miles out. And when it got down to the plane is 10 miles out, the young man also said to the vice president, do the orders still stand? And the vice president turned and whipped his neck around and said, of course the orders still stand. Have you heard anything to the contrary?
What were those orders? To shoot the plane down or to not shoot it down? In 2005, Jim Fetzer, Professor Emeritus from the University of Minnesota and noted JFK assassination researcher, teamed up with BYU nuclear physicist Stephen Jones to create the Scholars for 9/11 Truth. The academic affiliations were adding much-needed visibility to the 9/11 Truth movement. Fetzer scored 3 appearances on Fox News.
Joining us now, the co-chairman of Scholars for 9/11 Truth, Professor Emeritus at the University of Minnesota at Duluth, James Fetzer.
No, you're confused, and I hope that Fox usually does a better job on their research than this.
All right, so
I created an organization of faculty and scholars to study 9/11.
All right, I want to be clear on this.
We discovered that practically everything the government has told us about it is false.
Yeah, I want to get into
including physicists, mechanical engineers, pilots, aeronautical engineers.
Sure.
We've discovered that the Twin Towers were brought down by controlled demolition.
Do the orders still stand?
The order had to be to not shoot down the plane that was approaching the Pentagon. After all, the order should have been to shoot it down. Shooting it down would be the obvious thing to do when you consider that you're going to lose the passengers in the plane if you shoot it down, but if you don't, you're going to use the passengers in the plane and also, of course, all the personnel and property at the target.
The plane is 50 miles up. The plane is 30 miles up. The plane is 10 miles out. Until the order still stands. Till the order still stands.
Vice President turned and flicked his neck around and said,
Hell yes, I've murdered a thing to the contrary. I'm a one deck with a joystick on the military. I will guide every plane where it needs to go. Oh, I guess you didn't get the memo. You didn't get the memo.
That's the statement of a musician.
I think the very kindest thing that we can say about George W. Bush and all the people in the U.S. government that have been involved in this massive cover-up, the very kindest thing we can say is that they were aware of the impending attacks and let them happen.
Bob Bowman is a nuclear scientist and a former head of the Star Wars program. Bowman was voicing a theory that became known as LIHOP, let it happen on purpose. 2005 also saw the release of a video that became the first internet blockbuster.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Bring it back.
Loose Change, written and directed by 22-year-old Dylan Avery. Loose Change implied what a lot of people were coming to believe, that the government didn't just allow 9/11, but that it orchestrated it, made it happen on purpose, or MIHOP. But why would the U.S. government do such a thing?
We have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order, a world where the rule of law, not the law of the jungle, governs the conduct of nations. When we are successful, and we will be, we have a real chance at this new world order, an order in which a credible United Nations can use its peacekeeping role to fulfill the promise and vision of the UN's founders.
In September of 2000, 1 year before 9/11, a think tank called the Project for a New American Century, consisting of future Bush administration officials Dick Cheney, Donald Rumsfeld, Scooter Libby, Paul Wolfowitz, and media icon Bill Kristol, released a document called Rebuilding America's Defenses. They envisioned the expansion of U.S. military dominance on land, sea, air, space, and cyberspace. They envisioned multiple simultaneous large-scale wars. But they complained that the process of transformation, even if it brings revolutionary change, is likely to be a long one, absent some catastrophic and catalyzing event, like a new Pearl Harbor. Claremont College theologian and author David Ray Griffin.
The cumulative argument. You don't just focus on one thing and say everything hinges on this. You show that no matter where you begin with the official story, there are huge holes in it, contradictions of facts. No part of the official story stands up. That is very important to realize.
Griffin's reputation inspired others. Former Bush administration senior economist Morgan Reynolds.
In 2004, I eagerly awaited David Ray Griffin's The New Pearl Harbor. Wow, he's put a lot of this together, made a powerful case that the official story cannot be true.
In June 2005, Dr. Reynolds published an article presenting strong evidence for explosive demolitions at the World Trade Center. Along with dozens of other academics, Griffin and Reynolds became members of the Scholars for 9/11 Truth, as did a PhD mechanical engineer at Clemson University, Judy Wood.
And if no one else is stepping forward, we have no hope. So we need to do what we can do.
In September 2005, the U.S. government's National Institute of Standards and Technology, or NIST, released their final study of the Twin Towers. The 10,000-page report contained very sophisticated computer models of the airplanes and the fires, but no effort was made to model or study the actual destruction. They dismissed it with 3 words. We went to McMaster University and spoke with chemical and nuclear engineer Frank Greening. Greening has created a mathematical model attempting to show that a gravity-driven collapse was possible.
They stop at that global collapse ensued famous mantra. They just say global collapse ensued, and then they walk away. It's like, it started collapsing, we can go home now. I kind of takes over where NIST stops.
Greening and co-author Bazant are continuing the original pile driver theory.
Upper block drops 1 floor, 3.7 meters, hits the floor below, somehow manages to break the support structures of that floor. That floor now is therefore added to the block. It now hits the next floor, so on down. So the mass of the upper block actually grows, and it just chews away at the building.
This is what Dr. Greening is imagining. A strong upper block pile driving down through the tower. But this is not what we see. What we see is the top part of the building disintegrates before the undamaged lower part moves an inch. Here's a different view. Watch the corner. So much for Greening's pile driver. As the towers were being destroyed, large ejections of debris were observed far below the main front. Loose change claimed they were explosive charges going off. NIST and popular mechanics tried to explain it away with a piston analogy.
When the top of that building comes down, all that air has to come out, and where it comes out the windows. It blows out the windows.
For a piston to work compressing air, it has to be sealed. I asked Dr. Greening how collapsing towers could be sealed.
There were elevator shafts and stairwells. The air could be pushed down those. In a sense, the building itself is self-sealing, so some of it would be pushed out of that particular floor, out of the windows.
This makes no sense. We've already seen that the piston disintegrates before it pushes down on anything. But imagine for a moment that floors are intact and sealed and pushing air down. They cannot fall any faster than free fall. The main collapse front has only had enough time to get down to this level, yet we are to believe that material 20 stories below has already been crushed? How can that possibly be? And there is another problem with the official collapse theory. Smoke from the fires was drifting up and off to the southeast because that's the way the breeze was blowing. As the buildings are destroyed, look what happens in this area.
Here's what I want to call your attention to is just look in this area right here, what happens to the smoke and how much it expands.
Distance between where that building is and that smoke increases because the building's falling down away from that area.
Yeah.
And yet, for some strange reason,
that smoke begins to really expand and get.
Yeah, I've never seen that. I've seen this particular video, but that little puff there at the end is strange.
It's strange because expanding a smoke cloud into a mushroom shape against the wind requires tremendous heat energy. That's why we only see this kind of effect with powerful explosives. And there is another problem with believing in a gravity collapse: the floors. Each tower had 107 floors. Corrugated steel pans, an acre in size, were held up by steel trusses filled with steel reinforced concrete. Everyone agrees that a gravity collapse does not have nearly enough energy to pulverize steel floor pans. Supposedly 107 floor assemblies fell down right here. Where are they? Imagining that a skyscraper or any object can crush itself into dust under its own weight is cartoon physics. The official story has to be that the floors all landed in the footprint of the building, because if too much of the mass goes outside the footprint, there's not enough left to push down, and any sort of collapse would just stop.
Roughly, let's say 20% mass shedding could be tolerated.
This is Brent Blanchard, a demolition expert and senior editor of Implosion World. Blanchard supports the official story and wrote a paper attempting to debunk 9/11 demolition theories. But he admits that there was basically nothing left in the footprint. Most of the mass was somehow converted into very fine dust and spread all over lower Manhattan. Oops, I guess Mr. Blanchard didn't get the memo. A few steel sections remained intact. This 100-ton section was thrown over 300 feet to the west, where it landed in the Winter Garden. Tiny human bone fragments were found on the roof of this building years later. And there was yet another problem with the official story. temperature of a heated metal can be determined by its color, and it doesn't matter which metal it is. Yellow indicates a temperature of 2,500 degrees. White is upwards of 3,000 degrees. For the last few minutes before the South Tower blew up, some yellow-hot molten metal began pouring out of a window at the 80th floor. Could the steel floor trusses be melting for some reason? Could it be melting aluminum from the airplane? Reportedly, the 81st floor was full of lead batteries for computer backup. Could it be melting lead? Whatever substance this is, it's at least 2,500 degrees, far hotter than can be explained by fire.
I found myself in the midst of a very sophisticated group of about 2 dozen in December of 2005. It occurred to me that here we had the resources that might be very appropriate to found a society as a loose affiliation among scholars that would be devoted to the purpose of exposing falsehoods and revealing truths about 9/11. I invited David Griffin to be my co-chair. He declined, but he suggested Stephen Jones as a possibility. I invited Stephen to join me as co-chair, which he did, and I proceeded to found Scholars.
In September 2005, physicist Stephen Jones rocked the academic world by publishing a paper on the Brigham Young University website. The following February, Dr. Jones gave a lecture to a packed house. He demolished the official story and presented his theory that thermite was responsible for the destruction of the towers.
This is a steel structure now from the North Tower. Something's glowing there, and then this trailing off smoke coming off of that. It certainly looks like thermite, but there's more. There's molten metal found beneath both towers and Building 7.
Thermite is a chemical reaction between aluminum powder and iron oxide. When ignited, the oxygen is torn away from the iron and bonds with the aluminum, forming aluminum oxide and molten iron. It can produce temperatures upwards of 2,800 degrees Fahrenheit.
I'd be delighted to go on the evidence for thermite, the observation of these iron-bearing spheres, tiny spheres in the dust in abundance, which match what I can do and have done with the thermite reaction. The thermite reaction produces spheres. They're rich in iron, also aluminum. That's the signature for thermite. We see the same signature in the spheres which are observed in the World Trade Center dust.
Dr. Jones became a hero to me. A man of impeccable credentials was risking his career, taking on the government, and exposing the inside job with science.
You're a family man, a gentleman, a teacher and a scholar. You calmly shout and fire in a very crowded theater. So I wake up and open my eyes. Yeah, I see it too. So I believe.
And the 9/11 Commission
Sorry, I
report
fast
in
forward
about
this song.
10 seconds. You might give it a little longer than that. It's hard to tell at the end, but say 12 or 13 seconds. A nice study by Professor Kenneth Cutler goes through the math, incorporating now conservation of energy and momentum, basically doing what NIST should have done, looking at the actual destruction sequence, not stopping at initiation. You say, well, if we conserve momentum, we have to consider the mass that's in the way. It takes energy out of this moving block of floor. So we say, okay, we'll let it initiate. We'll give NIST that. Somehow you get this initiation of a collapse. Now, what happens? the collapse just does not continue. It goes for a while and then it stops. It's slowing down and it stops.
Another member of Scholars, mechanical engineer Judy Wood, wasn't buying the official collapse theory either.
From the faculty conference room, I went up to my office, and I was thinking, if this was a collapse, one floor hitting another, which hit another, what would I expect? And I just did some real rough numbers and a real rough model in my mind, which later became the billiard ball example. It's an example to get your brain functioning. On 9/11, we saw images over and over again. Horror scenes, bodies dropping, terrible things. And we were trained to respond a certain way to that. So people have a difficult time wanting to go back and rethink that situation and relive it. So if we can step aside from that, just turn it into a little math problem, a little mental exercise. The person holding a red billiard ball out the window on the 100th floor can't drop his billiard ball until he sees the blue one from above drop by. Then he releases his. You can get a mental image of the timing. One floor can't start moving until it's been triggered to start moving. So how long does it take each floor to collapse down to get the next floor started? And when it hits the next one, it turns to dust. Supposedly, we're told it was getting pulverized by the impact. So going through this mental exercise, okay, we say every single floor, it would be 97 seconds from top to bottom. That's over a minute and a half. They went away faster than it would take to drop one ball off the roof and have it hit the pavement. So there wasn't enough time for that stuff to hit the ground.
In the spring of 2006, conflict was beginning to divide the Scholars. Dr. Jones was claiming that the molten metal pouring from the South Tower had to be iron and couldn't be aluminum.
Liquid aluminum has the property that it's silvery, but rather like aluminum foil, at all temperatures in daylight conditions.
Dr. Wood disagreed. She was doing experiments at Clemson showing that aluminum will glow brightly at high temperatures. At the time, I wondered what this fight was really all about. Whether or not molten aluminum glows would seem to be a straightforward question. The wars in the Middle East were raging. The propaganda machine was in high gear here in America. Discussion forums like JREF were dominated by organized teams of posters clearly adamant about supporting the official story at all cost. Darryl Worley immortalized the official story with his anthem.
I hear people say we don't need this war, but I say there's some things worth fighting for.
As a songwriter, I felt I had to answer that.
Let us never tolerate outrageous conspiracy theories. Concerning the attacks of September 11th.
I hear people knocking 9/11 truth. They call us tinfoil hat-wearing kooks. But what about the jet planes flying all around while our mighty air defenses standing down? Say that we should blindly believe our government. Before you start your preaching, let me ask you this, my friend. Have you forgotten what we saw last night? Of those times
pull it. And they made that decision to pull. We watched the building collapse.
They took all the footage off my TV. It's too incriminating for you to see. That would close the cover. That was all the crime. Biggest inside job of all time. Clumsy of police states coming into view. After 9/11, man, I have to say that's true. Have you forgotten what we saw as one of those towers tumbling down? And we come to kingdom come. Have you forgotten just how fast they fell? Office fires can't do that. No way in fucking hell. Justify their wars. The power and the money, that's what they did it for. Have you forgotten all the people killed as the empire marches on down to the oil field? Have you forgotten about our Pentagon? All the loved ones that we lost till the neocon. Have you forgotten? Face the truth. Forget about Bin Laden. Have you forgotten? Have you forgotten?
They made that decision to pull. And then we watched the building.
Well, that's the statement of a musician.
Blown to Kingdom Come was linked on the Scholar's website, which was now getting thousands of hits per day. But all was not well. The truth movement was fracturing.
Of the terror attacks is a lie. You say, for example, that there were no planes that hit the World Trade Center. Is that your contention?
No, what I say is that there were no big Boeing crashes at all four events. There's no significant wreckage, for example.
Well, did you see the videotape that the rest of us saw?
Sure, and I encourage everybody to do a frame-by-frame penetration of the South Tower, and what you will see is a fake, a cartoon display, because an aluminum plane cannot go through a building like the South Tower was, as if it were thin air.
What? No planes? Can he be serious? In films like The Big Lie and Loose Change, the claim had long been made that no plane crashed at the Pentagon or Shanksville, Pennsylvania. But the World Trade Center? I mean, we all saw planes crash on live TV. Didn't we?
Oh, my goodness. Oh, God. There's another one.
In fact, there were a number of personalities on the internet who were saying that no planes had really crashed at any of the four sites. Rosalie Grable, aka the Web Fairy, Nico Haupt, aka E-Wing 2001, Killtown, Genghis 6199.
You're selling truth. Truth is free, man. There's no dollar attached.
And an Australian musician called Jared Holmgren.
If we take a closer look at the live shot of the plane in the South Tower, we'll see that we didn't actually see it hit the tower at all. What we saw was, imagine that this is your view of the World Trade Center Tower, and we saw a second or two of what appeared to be a plane come across the screen and pass behind the building, giving the impression that it had impacted the hidden face of the building.
Jim Hoffman drew a hard line, specifically disclaiming no plane theory.
I trusted Jim Hoffman and his scholarly footnoted website. No planes? Ridiculous.
Curiously, each plane made a bright flash just as it impacted the tower. What could possibly have caused that? It can't be any sort of static electricity charge. The nose of the aircraft is plastic. Dave Von Kleist, in his film In Plain Sight, advanced the idea that the airplane fired a missile out of a pod located underneath the right wing.
It is irrefutable that there is something attached to the bottom of this plane and a distinct flash as it makes contact. Let's take a look at this event from another angle. And now let's take a look at it again from a third angle. And now let's take a look at it one more time from a fourth angle. There can be no doubt that this is not the result of a reflection of any sort, but in fact was a flash caused by an explosion, a detonation, a missile, something happened.
But the pod shape turned out to be nothing more than a bulge called a wing fairing, perfectly normal for a 767. And we certainly don't see any missile shooting out. What were those flashes all about? Meanwhile, Judy Wood was publishing articles bashing Stephen Jones, and with very good reason.
At that point in time, there was a falling out between Steve and me. I had invited Judy Wood onto the program. It was actually the last show I had with a radio broadcast on Republic. And we were talking about all the research she did in displaying the vast range of damage, not just to the Twin Towers, but to buildings 3, 4, 5, and 6. Where, of course, Building 7 didn't come down until 5:20 in the afternoon and requires a whole separate explanation. The toasted cars. The massive degree of pulverization. Photographs of this dust cloud enveloping New York City that involved billions of cubic yards of very fine dust. It became apparent to me at that point in time that there was no possible way that an hypothesis rooted in conventional explosives, even supplemented by cutter charge like thermate and thermate, could possibly be adequate to explain all of the data. Now, Steve and I had a divergence here because I wanted to broaden the range of hypotheses for consideration. But Steve and some of his allies really basically wanted to restrict the focus to their preferred hypothesis.
Jones was ignoring the totality of the devastation, facts that didn't fit his thermite theory. In the fall of 2006, the conflict reached a breaking point. Jones resigned Scholars to start a new group, taking a number of his supporters with him. Meanwhile, Judy Wood was offering a brand new theory of her own.
us get our mind around the phenomena at the World Trade Center, Dr. Judy Wood begins by reminding us how much structure was there.
We have two towers, huge towers, very large objects, once upon a time. Let's look at how they're built. The core columns, huge beefy beams. And then we have the outer columns and floors bolted between the two. These floors are pretty elaborate structures with this webbing of trusses underneath. Can you imagine putting your arms around one of these beams? It's pretty large. I look at this picture and wonder how someone could believe that every single piece of cross-section would disintegrate at the same time. Due to heat, due to whatever. And as they're building it, you can see the very substantial core columns. Looks like it's half the floor space. And then they went away. So here we have WTC-3, also known as the Marriott Hotel. Right after WTC-2 was destroyed, had this big gouge out of it. Vertical slice separating the southernmost edge of it. This was before Tower 1 was destroyed, and when Tower 1 was destroyed, the rest of this building went away. And we have these three wheat checks stabbed into the pavement. And here is what's left. This little tiny stub, it looked like it was the base of this tall, narrow portion. Just a little tiny bit of it left. This is looking north-northeast, across where Tower 1 used to stand an hour or two earlier. Where'd it go? From this down to here's a top view of the site. Building 4, you don't have the main body of it, you just have the north wing. Where did it go? Where are the towers? Baker's Trust is 40 stories, so we're missing 60 or 70 stories of building, more than half of it. Where'd it go? Where are the towers? Where are the towers? Where'd it go? Tower 1 is so overshadowed by this 8-story remnants of Building 6. What's wrong with this picture? You should have at least 100 more stories of the north wall of Tower 1. Where is the north wall? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where are the towers? How much energy did it take? Well, let's look at some pattern recognition here. We have Mount St. Helens. We have a nuclear test in Nevada. And we have one of the WTC buildings coming apart. To me, they look similar. Probably a similar amount of energy was involved. This is Hiroshima. A few days before Hiroshima, would anyone have imagined this? Just everything gone.
Dr. Wood documented phenomena so unusual, she had to coin new terms like dustification.
What about the dust? There was a lot of dust. As it happens, here is Tower 1 and Tower 2. A large portion of it filled New York, filled the air, went everywhere. And it looks pretty uniform in size, except for the paper. Landed on the fruit. Like a fresh snow. Here's a view from the north. What covered the wheat checks was aluminum cladding, which you can see those pieces falling off. But they don't trail dust. But the steel wheat checks trail dust. This is an interesting. This is a rather large wheat checks falling here with dust shooting out behind it. Is the building just turning to dust? Why? This is Tower 2 closer to the ground. Do you see any solid pieces of building coming down? I don't. I see aluminum cladding falling, but the rest is this type of dust that seems to trail behind the wheat checks. And then we have dust everywhere. This Cushman scooter kicks up dust that just stays in the air. If you drive down a dirt road, your pickup truck is going to kick up dust, but it pretty quickly settles out. This does not settle out like that.
The reason the dust stays in the air is because of the ultrafine particle size, below 1/4 of a micron in diameter. Thomas Cahill of the University of Davis, California, studied the particle size distribution of the minerals in the fumes. Typical mechanical crushing creates coarse and fine particles. Very fine and ultrafine particles are essentially non-existent. The graph heads to zero and stays there. Now look at what was measured at ground zero. There is an extraordinary presence of ultrafine particles. This is conclusive proof that molecular dissociation took place. Cahill did not count particles less than 0.09 microns. Is this because he was afraid of what he knew he would find?
Here are 4 consecutive shots, and you can see these columns just turn to dust. Here's a video clip, and you can watch this turn to dust. So is this what happened to the entire building? Perhaps. Let's look at it a little bit more carefully. These core columns that were left standing for whatever reason are strong and rigid. That's a very tall, unsupported column. And the next frame starts to tip, and then it turns to dust before it even tips over. As this dust cloud rolls out, it's very energetic. It looks like it's boiling. It's expanding in all directions. Tremendous amount of dust.
The behavior of the dust clouds greatly resembled a phenomenon seen in volcanic eruptions.
Known as a pyroclastic flow, this eruption of 1,500-degree gas and rock speeds down the mountain.
The disintegration of the buildings was not the only bizarre 9/11 mystery. We have holes.
So let's look at those holes. If you look at the scale, using these wheat checks here, because we know about what the spacing is on them, you can figure out these are about 24-foot diameter holes, or cylindrical cutouts. Many of them the same diameter. Look how far down the middle of that hole is. It's empty down to the ground level. 8 stories of building, gone. This is a look from inside that hole. You count down from the top, you can count down 8 stories. So you know you're at ground level. Then we have building 5 that was over in the northeast corner. Nice round cylindrical holes. This one turns out is a roof flap hanging over it, but it's still the cylindrical cutout. This one looks like a larger diameter. But what caused those round holes? We have this cylindrical cutout in the middle of Liberty Street. You notice this outer wall is sort of leaning back, and it's got a cutout missing that lines up with that hole. Kind of interesting. We look down into that hole. It's just what caused the hole? It's open. We also notice these different sub-levels have the reinforced concrete bars sticking out of it. And this piece of I-beam is pretty fascinating. It looks like it just withered away to nothing. It's eroded to nothing. Thinned out. And there's another hole up here. When you start looking at this, you start noticing lots of little holes. And they coalesce into bigger holes. So if we look at all of these grouped together, lift off a few of the wheat checks that are laying over the top of them, we can look down into that hole. And climb down into it. We're climbing down into the basement of the second tower, and to me it looks that these folks are walking through a puddle of water. We may have heard of rumors of molten metal, but I see no indication of it here. And this picture was taken a week after 9/11.
Dr. Wood was denying the existence of molten metal at ground zero, denying extreme high temperatures in general. Yet the effects of extraordinary heat were all around. We have this fused mass of steel and concrete that's known as the meteorite. we see the mushroom cloud expand rapidly upwards and outwards against the wind. In fact, the Twin Towers mostly disintegrated into shooting point sources trailing what resembles rocket exhaust. Rocket exhaust looks the way it does because it is expanding in all directions, and that is because it is moving from very high temperature and pressure to much lower temperature and pressure. Spraying whipped cream behaves the same way for the same reason. The contents of the can are under great pressure. When any substance expands outwards in all directions, there is simply no other explanation besides a rapid release of built-up pressure.
And as we get closer to the center, it gets hotter and hotter. It's probably 1,500 degrees. We've had some small windows into what we thought was a core at some point, and it looked like an oven. You know, it was just roaring inside. It was just a bright reddish orange color. See that stuff he's pulling out? What was that, Chief? We're gonna hold off on the water. See the stuff he's pulling out? Yeah. It's red hot.
Another interesting phenomenon is toasted cars. Large number of toasted cars. I don't mean just a few burnout cars. I mean this weird things happening that don't make sense. After Tower 1 was destroyed, that's the second tower that was destroyed, suddenly these cars were on fire. There's mountains of paper in between, large volumes of paper that didn't burn. Why are these cars over here on fire when nothing between the tower and the car is? And after the fire stopped, we noticed the cars were all rusted. This lot. Then there's cars over on FDR Drive that had another peculiar pattern to them. This door looks like it just wilted, and the frames for the windows flopped over. I don't know what happened to his front tire, but it looks like he still has the steel belting of the tire in it, so he had radial tires. Fires don't cause steel to melt. Have various other interesting patterns. This vehicle was parked a building away on the other side of the post office. What happened to it? If it had debris fall through it, why isn't the roof destroyed? The side's eaten out, wheels eaten, fire, spontaneous combustion. Here's that toasted lot. Paint is fine here, not here. And don't know what that is. Is it a car, a truck? I call it the what's-it car. This vehicle is sitting on top of this one. Why is it so rusted? This is the day after 9/11.
Look at these two cars placed on top of one another. I think when you think about the impact that these planes must have had, it's hard to visualize it because everything melted. But here, at least you have some remnants. You have literally an engine that is melded together with other parts of the car. Moving over, you've got another car they moved here. It looks like it's been through a war. You can see the papers, all the burned out papers from the building. You see the soot and the dirt, and it just shows you how devastating this blast was. Look across the street there. You've got a Con Ed truck that, some of the Con Ed people now looking at, examining, trying to figure out which truck that actually was, but that truck too, in terrible shape. So while many of the items, the steel, was literally melted.
We see more of these strange phenomena. Cars burning, not paper. Paper in the tree lost its leaves. Paper on the ground, only vehicles burning. That's pretty aggressive burning. Another one lost its engine. Where'd it go? Same here. Engine's gone. So does the cab. And the ladder just kind of wilted down over it. Van with missing door handles. That seemed to be a common theme. A lot of door handles gone. Different kind of material. This is West Broadway. So what happened on that street? Here's a top view of that same street. This aggressive cloud looks like it did something unique. As all the vehicles along this street were toasted. Baker's Trust across the street had some interesting events occur. This building, according to FEMA, had no fires in it. What happened to this beam? That's not from a mechanical overload. This was a horizontal beam supporting the floors. Why would it shrivel up that way like you would curl a ribbon for a package?
Horizontal structural beams are under great tension. If some extremely hot reacting substance went by and then tension was lost, shriveling up is exactly what would happen. Clearly, something extraordinary destroyed the World Trade Center. But what? According to Dr. Wood, it was some kind of directed energy weapon. Along with co-author Morgan Reynolds, they released the Star Wars beam weapon. Although she does have some curious blind spots, without doubt, Dr. Judy Wood created the most comprehensive study of the visual record.
To stand up, defending all that's right and good. Well, Twisted and abused, would you simplify the picture when the world misunderstood? Well, Judy, 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 Judy.
Is this dangerous?
It's just slow.
Is the air conditioner turned off in the room? And the windows closed in the bedroom?
Near the area are an absolute crazy situation. The entire top of the building just collapsed.
The entire building just collapsed.
Building just collapsed.
So we know they do have some weapons and devices, directed energy weapons that we don't know about. We didn't know about until this. And there's pictures of them. We have this shoots down things. You add more onto this, you get more power. We don't know how much power is required. These are publicly available images of different types of weaponry they plan to put in orbit, or is it already in orbit? We don't know. What we do know is there used to be 2 towers here, and they aren't there anymore.
Are directed energy weapons the best explanation? Or could nuclear reactions better account for the phenomenon?
Like any other nuclear weapon, the Davy Crockett gives off 3 basic effects: heat, blast, and nuclear radiation.
Notice the geometry of this nuclear explosion. A chemical signature of nuclear fusion is tritium, the radioactive isotope of hydrogen. Tritium levels 55 times higher than normal were found in the sewer water below ground zero. Stephen Jones is an expert in nuclear fusion, So we traveled to a 9/11 Truth Conference in Indiana and asked Stephen Jones about that.
Tritium is an interesting character because tritium can come from other sources. And backlights of exit, I'm not saying that's what it was, but it could be just something like that. In other words, it can be a contaminant that arises not from nuclear reactions, but from backlighting. And so, yes, the tritium was high, and that was reported and published, but it is not proof of many nukes.
That's the official story. Supposedly, the two airplanes had about 34 curies of tritium in the exit signs. But tritium is a lightweight gas. It's hydrogen. When released, it goes up into the upper atmosphere. To make it down into the water sample, it must first somehow be converted into tritiated water and sprinkled down to the ground into the sewer system, get diluted by 2 heavy rainstorms and 1 million gallons of fire hose water, and still raise the sample up to 55 times the normal background level. In 1965, in Council, Alaska, there was a building fire involving the release of 3,000 curies of tritium, about 100 times more than what was supposedly released by the 9/11 airplanes. Water samples from that incident showed no tritium. None. Nuclear fusion can be initiated with a nuclear fission trigger. Uranium in nuclear fission typically breaks down into 2 rare elements, strontium and barium. The U.S. Geological Survey took samples from around Lower Manhattan. Barium and strontium were both found in the dust, elements that have no business being there at all. Not only were they found, but the concentrations were correlated. In the samples where barium went up, strontium also went up. And the sample with the highest concentration was the only one taken right at ground zero. A nuclear event would also explain this. Ground Zero fumed for over 100 days through rainstorms, freezing temperatures, and constant watering. Judy Wood identifies the effect as ongoing molecular dissociation.
What is this haze? Is it fire? Fire would have a point source. You could see where the fire was coming from, where it would be the strongest. Also, smoke tends to go up. This is just looming over the ground zero remnants. No point source, it's just hanging around there. What is it? This photo was taken at the end of October, Halloween, actually. But what is this white around here? If it were hot, these people would be cooked like on a grill. And this hydraulics wouldn't work. Not only that, they'd permanently destroy the equipment. So they wouldn't have their equipment sitting there if it was going to be destroyed. The people wouldn't be alive if it were hot. What is this white stuff coming out of the ground? And then we notice up above here, you see misting. Why are they misting this? It's not fire. that hot. Doesn't seem to be any more where the water is coming from. Water is just being added to this pile. But that's very dense white stuff, whatever it is.
I don't
White smoke for 100 days. Sorry, yeah, makes you really wonder.
Dr. Jones is rightly incredulous about the official smoldering fire story.
Actually, some samples of that were taken by Thomas Cahill, UC Davis. I've been in communication with Tom. Thermite, the reaction produces aluminum oxide that comes off as an ash, a very fine powdery ash. But when it came to the question of aluminum oxide, he didn't answer. He wasn't impolite to me. He just simply didn't answer.
A nuclear fission chain reaction, once begun, continues until all the fissionable material is gone. This is the so-called China syndrome, where heavy reacting elements burn downwards through everything. Could that be what caused this? This hole in the bedrock is directly under where the South Tower stood. The workers are filling in the hole with concrete. The surrounding rock appears to have melted and then re-solidified. Janitor Felipe David was working inside the North Tower. His co-worker, Willie Rodriguez, describes skin that was hanging off his body.
Everybody started screaming, and a person comes running into the office saying, "Explosion, explosion, explosion." He got his hand extended, and all the skin was pulled from his under his arm, all the way to the top of his fingertips, and he was hanging on both arms. Hanging and hanging.
Exactly the same type of horrific radiation effect was described at Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945. Inexplicable numbers of ground zero workers are coming down with rare cancers like leukemia and thyroid cancer. According to medical doctor Ed Ward, only radiation can explain this. First responder Matthew Tartaglia.
In January and February of 2002, it became clear that I was very, very sick. I started sweating constantly, and I would just walk down the hall and to go to the bathroom or to get something to eat or get a cup of coffee, and I could not breathe.
Tritium, strontium, and barium. Molecular dissociation. The meteorite. The mushroom cloud. China syndrome. 1,400 melted motor vehicles. Rare cancers. Are we really supposed to believe that airplane crashes caused all that?
Looks like the aftermath of a huge atom bomb or something. Just
by absolute disintegration of one of those trade tenders.
The most prominent leaders of the truth movement, Stephen Jones, Judy Wood, and Morgan Reynolds, brought hope by bringing legal challenges to the official story. Stephen Jones filed a request for corrections to the NIST report. Although molten metal was the foundation of his theory, strangely, the complaint did not mention it. I asked Stephen Jones why not.
Well, that request for correction was composed by a very bright young lawyer, James Gurley, and I thought he did quite a good job. There were some things I would have liked to see added to that. Yeah, I talked to James. He just felt like, this was enough. Let's start here. It's just a matter of what to emphasize.
Later, Jones published a paper entitled 14 Points of Agreement with the Official Government Reports. Agreement? No molten metal? Rather than a challenge, it seemed Jones was now leading his followers right back toward the official story.
And an academic paper.
Represented by attorney Jerry Leapart, Judy Wood brought a lawsuit of her own.
But the FOIA, I've got to remind myself, that's some work that we actually might want to film. Because, I'm a little leery about filming actual steps in your litigation. But the FOIA would lend itself to filming because it's not on this, it's not confidential like trial strategy. And what I think we may do is actually put in directly contact. So
also represented by Leapart, Morgan Reynolds brought a suit alleging no plane crashes at the World Trade Center.
This KETAM lawsuit is under the False Claims Act and could be described as a whistleblower type cause here. I've filed a complaint in the Southern District of New York in the federal courts claiming that the National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST, which issued a report in October of 2005, purporting to model and explain the aircraft impacts in both towers, which supposedly was the cause of the fires, and the fires somehow led to the initiation of a collapse. I am saying that NIST issued that report is fraudulent, and the principal reason is that NIST contractors defrauded NIST by preparing bogus analysis and evidence and animations.
Airline pilot and aeronautics expert John Lear filed a declaration explaining why the speed of United Airlines Flight 175 was impossible.
I filed an affidavit on January 28th, 2008 this year in support of the complaint and in opposition to the motion to dismiss. A lot of my information was taken from aerodynamics for naval aviators, and I explain why an airplane cannot fly 500 miles at 1,000 feet. It has to do with drag, and it has to do with power, and it has to do with the fact that they use turbofans. It just cannot happen.
At high altitudes, like 35,000 feet, where the engines are designed to fly at most of the time, the air is very thin. The fan and turbine sections are designed to efficiently accept enormous amounts of this thin air and produce an enormous amount of thrust. But at low altitudes, such as 1,000 feet, the air is over 3 times as dense. Attempting to go faster than the maximum operating speed of 414 miles per hour, the air is going to start jamming up in the engine. Because of the much denser air, the fan blades will start cavitating or choking, causing the engines to start spitting air back out the front. In other words, before ever getting close to the 540 miles per hour speed shown in the 9/11 airplane videos, the engine would start acting as a brake. Yes, there's good stuff in Reynolds' lawsuit, and yet there's something missing. This guy went on national TV and said,
and I encourage everybody to do a frame-by-frame penetration of the South Tower, and what you will see is a fake, a cartoon display.
Yet he somehow forgot to mention the TV networks and those cartoon videos in his lawsuit. Judy Wood's case featured an affidavit by John Hutchison alleging the World Trade Center was destroyed by a scaled-up version of the Hutchison effect. For over 20 years, John Hutchison has been making odd little videos claiming to have discovered a mysterious free energy phenomenon. I began to notice patterns with the way these cases were being handled. Either something crucial was left out, or else something ridiculous was included. And just who is attorney Jerry Liebhardt?
I actually engaged in legal work protecting oil company interests in third world countries. And to take the euphemism away, I was an oil lawyer.
There never was a trial. By mid-2008, the actions by Wood and Reynolds had been dismissed. Liebhardt and his clients were accusing government contractors and ultimately the government itself. Could we really have expected a fair proceeding in a government court?
These brave men are risking their careers.
Were these even serious attempts at justice, or was it theater?
What do you mean by fake? Do you want me to tell you that we know who's going to win and lose? You're overly concerned about whether you win or lose. You're in the wrong business.
In March of 2007, I was writing an article for Morgan Reynolds' website asking libertarians to contemplate 9/11 truth as an opportunity to convince large numbers of people that big government is harmful. In a first draft, I gave evidence for demolition and mentioned something about the plane crashes.
What planes? Yeah, prove it up. We have an official plane story that's physically impossible. It defies basic Newtonian physics. And when people come to me about eyewitnesses, which eyewitness? Name one. Oh, wait, thousands. And here a small group of us, Andrew Johnson being most important over in England, have gone through the FDNY and EMT accounts, and we're down, by the time you get down to I saw a plane, I heard it, and it crashed into the South Tower, you got one person.
Reynolds persuaded me to reconsider the official airplane theory. I realized then that I had not actually studied the evidence on planes for myself. I had simply taken the word of Jim Hoffman,
collision of Flight 175 with the South Tower,
and Stephen Jones.
Of course, the towers were hit by planes.
Where is the plane debris can see into that building 20 feet anyway. There's not one aircraft part identifiable. Go to airdisaster.com and look at what plane crashes are really like. A Boeing 767 has 3.1 million parts. Where are all the parts? Where are the contents of the plane? The videos that allegedly show the penetration of the South Tower doesn't show a collision or a crash. There's no collision. What there is a glide in, an absorption, a disappearance of the plane image. Going, well, this is impossible. We know this. 6-year-olds know about this. This is not where there was no crash. There was no collision according to these videos.
Ignoring the explosions coming from within the tower, all of the United 175 crash videos look quite like this recreation using Google Earth. The aluminum airplane disappeared completely into the steel and concrete tower without bending, breaking, twisting, or slowing down. Not one piece of shattered airplane debris is seen. According to Newton's third law of motion, when one object collides with another, each receives an equal force in opposite directions. It doesn't matter which one is moving and which is holding still. Suppose we turn the problem around. If an airplane was suspended in midair and struck at over 500 miles per hour by a skyscraper, can we really believe that the airplane would go completely inside? Or would the result be something more like this, shattering the much weaker airplane and sending at least some of the material in the direction the building was moving? If this is a better representation for what happens when a tower hits a jet airplane, then the exact same would hold true when a jet airplane hits a tower. And there is another problem with the physics. Behind the wing of any flying airplane, there is a strong rotating vortex of air, like a sideways tornado. It's called wake vortex, and it is persistent, lasting for a minute or more. Of course, wake vortex is ordinarily invisible, unless there happens to be smoke in the air, or a giant fireball. The flame and smoke are forced to curl around the wingtip vortices. Now look at 9/11. We see no evidence that an airplane just flew through this airspace. We should see something like this. The official airplane videos look fake, We don't see any part of the airplane breaking, bending, buckling, twisting, or slowing down. It's unphysical. Ignoring the airplanes, the official 9/11 videos looked like this. They make much more sense with the airplane removed. We see a tower exploding. The wall doesn't break inwards, it explodes outwards. This was my epiphany. The 9/11 airplane videos surely must have been faked using animated airplanes. My simple 3D shatter effect, while it does correctly represent that some aircraft parts would rebound, is hardly realistic. But couldn't the compositrators have made more realistic airplane animations with shattered pieces falling to the ground? Well, actually, no. There are 3 insurmountable problems with that. 1. Time. Imagine trying to model something like this. Animating a shattering, exploding airplane is nearly impossible, while disappearing an airplane is easy. They needed to show the airplane videos quickly. 2. Penetration. They needed us to believe the planes went completely inside the towers, so that we could believe there was massive damage to the central core. 3. Debris. The falling debris would include seats and luggage and people. Thousands of matching items would have to be planted on the streets. It's impossible. A simulation was created that purported to show how airplanes could go completely inside a tower. Engineers and computer scientists at Purdue University created this animation of the plane crashing into the North Tower.
All the animated geometry seen here was created automatically from the simulation output data.
The visualization is supposedly created entirely from a structural engineering simulation. Yet we observe ridiculous impossibilities, such as this aluminum fuselage piece slicing right through a steel and concrete floor, and then the floor assembly coming right back together in one piece. We went to the computer science department at Purdue and spoke to Wojciech Popescu. This piece right here. It comes right through that floor, but then the floor heals up.
Heals up?
Doesn't it?
No, I don't think so.
Well, go forward. I think it's the same section on there. I guess it's a little bit later. That's a different edit. That's a different edit than I have.
Well, we added credits and we made a slightly longer version at some point. I don't know whether this is a longer or shorter version than what you had, but anyway.
Could it be that you took that part out?
Paul edited the video, but what exact part are you talking about?
Here's the part I'm talking about on the version I have. This large gray piece of aluminum right here just appears to be cutting right through this floor assembly here, you see? Turn it to you. See that?
Right.
It's coming right through. Right on through. And then, after it passes by, floor assemblies don't back together again. I don't understand that.
I don't know what exactly that is or what it is due to.
Okay. On 9/11, American Airlines Flight 11 appeared to enter the north face of the tower, while the exit wound was on the east face, as if the airplane debris took a left turn inside the building. The Purdue animation shows the exit wound from the opposite, or south face. Once again, this part of the animation was missing from the version Mr. Popescu presented.
The civil engineering part of the team should really address this.
So, the next morning, we went to visit Meta Sozin, head of structural engineering at Purdue and leader of the civil engineering team that conducted the simulation. Was there any reality checking that went on, or what's your take on why your simulation has the stuff coming out the south face, and in reality we saw the stuff coming out the east face?
Yeah, that's very much like the old Von Braun joke, where he said, "I shoot them up, I don't care where they come down."
What? Sozin is doing comedy? Should I add a laugh track?
But I shoot them up, I don't care where they come down.
You want to see something I think is funny?
What? Don't tell anybody.
Attention Walmart shoppers, 9/11 was an inside job. Google World Trade Center 7 came down in 6.5 seconds.
But you see, we came to Purdue looking for serious answers, and I don't think we got any. Meta Sozin also studied the events at the Pentagon. This is the so-called C-ring exit hole. Because it's so perfectly round, a lot of people think it must have been created by a shaped explosive charge. No engine or fuselage or much of anything was found in the area beyond.
What a perfect circle, isn't it? Yes. Well, look, anybody who playing baseball or cricket as a kid knows that when he or she breaks a window, it leaves a round hole. The question is, there was no airplane, with respect to the Pentagon? Now, I cannot blame them, because they say, where are the pieces of the airplane? Where are they? Nobody has seen them. Well, not nobody. The people who worked on the Pentagon immediately after the event, because I went there later, tell me that our government very carefully picked up all the pieces and put them in storage. That's what I'm told.
That may be what Professor Sozin was told, but to this day, the FBI investigations have failed to produce a single serial number part from a single 9/11 airplane. Not one.
The only other thing that was found was the engine on Murray Street, and the engine on Murray Street has been identified as either a CFM56 or the CF6, but whichever one it was, the CF6 or the CFM56, it had to be General Electric. And unfortunately, or fortunately, United Airlines used strictly Pratt & Whitney. So that engine that you see flying off, and that engine they say is from 175, isn't from 175, because the guys whose job was to dump it off there, in a smoking, smoldering thing, dumped off the wrong engine.
In the summer of 2007, I began taking measurements of the airplane motion and the camera motion in the Chopper 5 video. To understand how looking at airplane and camera motion can help us spot a fake, let's consider this control case. This is a real-time composite video I made using an Avid system. One of the two planes was really in the shot. The other one was added. Which is which? track the motion of the airplane frame by frame. First, the Alaskan jet. We can see that the motion appears nice and smooth. Next, the Frontier jet is tracked. Its motion appears more jittery. Does this mean the Frontier jet is the fake? Well, not so fast. We must consider camera motion. The shot is a little shaky. Here, I've stabilized the footage, holding the building and the antenna motionless, removing the camera motion. Now, it's the Alaskan jet that appears jittery, while the Frontier jet is smooth. Stabilizing the footage made the motion of the Alaskan jet more jittery. This allows us to identify it as the fake. I did the same with the Chopper 5 footage, measuring the motion of the airplane before and after stabilizing the footage. As we can see, the motion of the plane becomes more jittery after stabilizing the footage. This is impossible with a real plane, but is exactly the kind of problem you will encounter in trying to composite a smooth jet into unstable helicopter footage. So I'm highly suspicious that the 9/11 airplane videos are fake. I don't think a real airplane could possibly behave like what we see in the videos or in the Purdue animations. I don't think the Purdue animations are based on any engineering at all. So I asked about Professor Sozin's data. If someone were to want to duplicate your results, are those data available, or can you make them available? Or?
Yeah, I can give you a cheesy answer. I can't duplicate my own results, however, because they're sensitive. Sure, they're available, and they're available.
Repeated emails and phone calls to the Purdue scientists requesting the simulation data and requesting a high-quality, unedited copy of the animation have been ignored.
October 1938 came fake news radio. War of the Worlds was kicking Martian monsters, don't you know? Well, a million people did believe it, although it was a lie. Some thought they saw the aliens, and some did suicide. In 63, John F. Kennedy got all totally cross-fire killed. But they took out time, they modified the Abraham Zapruder film. In 69, they kept online about a thing called Apollo. That moonwalking was bogus, just a little slow-mo video. I deny no heavenly footage. Ain't nothing but voice sound out of everything fake. I deny no sacred scripture. I don't ever want disbelief until I'm dead.
That's the statement of a musician.
Jared Holmgren has given a very powerful theoretical argument as to why they would never use real planes. Remember, the story is going to be that the suicidal hijackers crashed planes into the towers, causing massive structural damage and starting super hot fires. Later, the buildings collapse from the exact places the airplanes crashed. Any scenario involving suicidal hijackers is out. No human could be depended on to actually go through with it. Planes can be flown by remote control. But you wouldn't electronically hijack the real passenger flights, because as soon as you did, the pilots and crew would be on the radio saying, "Help, we've been electronically hijacked." Even if you could disable the radio, as the plane gets to low altitude, cell phones begin to work. Just one brief message would expose the plot. The real planes could be swapped with imposter drone planes, but you need to target the crashes with pinpoint accuracy. If the building demolition begins even one story below where the plane hit, this would be very difficult to call a collapse. It's doubtful that a clumsy Boeing 767 could be targeted with that degree of accuracy. And you need the plane to appear to completely penetrate the building so that people can imagine massive structural damage to the building core. Parts of a real airplane would break off and fall to the ground. Parts have serial numbers. Even one serial number part being found by the wrong person would be a very messy problem. Real planes leave real evidence. And don't forget, this event needs to be on live television. How do you do it? You do it by planting explosives in the building and inserting a fake airplane into the video. On August 18, 2001, the New York Times reported on a group of performance artists who had taken over an entire floor high in the North Tower. They were called Gelatin, and their art was called The Bee Thing. They had put up a maze of cardboard so that visitors could not see what they were up to. They left behind sketches that showed the exact number and location of core and perimeter columns, with lines that appear to show the direction of something entering the tower from outside. They removed windows and built a balcony. And this just happened to be at exactly the level where American Airlines Flight 11 would appear to hit just 3 weeks after the Times article ran. Performance art? Since when do performance artists even have the money to rent an entire floor of the North Tower for a year? Nonsense. Gelatin were explosives experts installing a fake airplane crash, and they weren't the only suspicious occupants. A fireproofing upgrade took place on the Twin Towers from 1999 to 2000. And look at which floors were upgraded. They correlate quite precisely with where the airplane supposedly went in. This would have given workers direct access to the structural steel. While much of the perimeter material on both towers appears to have exploded outwards, a few columns on the North Tower appear to have been bent inwards. How could they have done that? By removing floor trusses. Taking out the floor supports would make the floors sag, creating a strong inward pull between the perimeter and core. put a fake plane in news video? The 9/11 airplane videos are video composites. We know this because of the cartoon physics and from a few mistakes that are found in them. More on the mistakes in a moment. Here are the basics of how compositing works. Compositing is done by arranging video elements in a stack of layers. Some part of the top layer is made transparent, revealing the next layer underneath. Beginning with a stock 3D model of a Boeing 767, the plane is rotated so that it banks left. It's color corrected, motion blurred, scaled down, and animated. The rest of the layer is transparent, so it appears to fly in front of the tower. To make it appear to fly behind the tower requires some masking. The key to this trick, and the key to solving 9/11, is something called a key. In video, a key is an effect that makes part of a video transparent based on some property, like color or brightness. The tower video is copied into two separate layers. The sky is made transparent on the top layer with luminance key. Anything brighter than the adjustable threshold disappears. Notice that when the two layers are back together, it looks identical to the original. Remember, it's actually two layers stacked up. To complete the illusion, the airplane layer is sandwiched in between the other two. Presto! If the airplane goes too far, oops, it looks like it comes out the back side. To prevent this from happening, a mask can be drawn on the airplane layer. The south tower is in the center of the frame. The left half of the screen is masked off. The airplane goes in, and we never see it again. Under certain conditions, faking an airplane on live TV is pretty easy. Under other conditions, it's impossible. Only 3 9/11 airplane videos are confirmed to have been shown live: ABC Chopper 7, Fox Chopper 5, and WPIX. None of them actually shows an airplane hitting anything. With today's technology, making a live, real-time shot look like the CNN Hezarkhani shot would be impossible. But remember, the first time this was shown was many hours after the event. It just so happens that all of the live airplane videos were taken with the shady side of the tower next to a very bright sky. This makes pulling a key very easy. In a different shot, keying could be impossible. It just so happens that the live airplane videos have a steady camera with no panning or tilting or zooming in. If any of this camera motion had occurred while the airplane was on screen, compositing would have been impossible. It just so happens that the live shots share a remarkable list of compositional characteristics that make live video compositing possible. Absent any one of these, inserting a fake airplane live in real time becomes impossible. What are the odds that this occurred by chance? The WPIX and Chopper 7 shots seem to have been put together nicely. The same cannot be said for Chopper 5.
As you look at the picture from our chopper now arriving at the scene.
What is he talking about, arriving at the scene? The chopper is over the Hackensack River in New Jersey, 5 miles away. Why are they not headed toward what is already the news story of the year? Wait a minute, is something missing here? With the camera zoomed in, now it looks like the chopper is arriving at the scene. Seems that we weren't supposed to see that wide shot, and that's because there's no plane in it. By adjusting the scale and position of every video frame, matching the speed of the airplane, and working backwards, we can determine where the plane should be earlier. The plane should be visible for over 5 seconds. That's 340 separate images, and there is no plane. In April 2008, I appeared with video compositing expert Steve Wright on the Hardfire television show hosted by Ron Wick.
I'm Ronald Wick.
And 2 weeks later, I interviewed him at his house.
Hello, Ace. Good to see you again.
Let's get the official story.
There is no official story. When I zoom out, I'm playing the video backwards. You can watch that helicopter just completely disappear off the screen. My explanation is the plane simply melted into the lack of resolution of the video system.
Of course, any object can disappear on video if it becomes small enough. The helicopter is far smaller than a big Boeing. It's a poor comparison. The question is whether a passenger jet disappears at 5 miles. To find out, I went and shot an airplane video under similar conditions, in the morning, with an airplane silhouette against a very bright sky. This was taken zoomed out from 6 miles away, a mile further than the Chopper 5 shot. I cut the horizontal resolution in half to simulate the quality of a VHS tape. The plane is small and blurry, but it appears in every single frame. Steve Wright offers no evidence to support his claim that the airplane would be too small to see. The camera op on board Chopper 5 was WNYW reporter Kai Simonson.
Well, I knew that the plane was coming in because the pilot told me. Well, the pilot said that the guy was flying really low, and he was heading for the tower.
The obvious thing, then, would be to point the camera at the airplane and follow it. Instead, Simonson zooms, and zooms, framing a shot of the towers. The airplane image enters the picture within one video frame. That's 1/30th of a second. What are the odds of that? By the way, Kai Simonson is not just a reporter for Fox 5. He also specializes in video compositing. In 2001, he was advertising his services of green screen compositing, helicopter videography, and an Avid system. Exactly the system needed to insert an airplane in real time. What are the odds of that? In any case, check out what happens next. The nose of the airplane appears to pop out the backside of the tower, exactly the problem that could occur with live compositing. offered Mr. Wright this multiple choice. 3 of them are the nose of the airplane before it goes into the building. 3 are the nose coming out of the building. Which are which? So how does an engine, or a landing gear, or dust, or anything else become a size and a shape that's indistinguishable from an airplane nose? And not just any airplane nose, but a 767 nose, the very airplane that appears to go into the other side of the tower.
I think that the jet flying behind the building cannot be a composite, and the apparent nose sticking out cannot be the nose of the jet. Okay, it's a piece of debris. The fact that it has a similar shape is not important. The key is it's at the wrong time. The computer is moving my red outline along at a very constant, mathematically perfect velocity. It follows the airplane, and then the tracker moves to the other side of the tower, and look what happens. A real airplane, the nose would have popped out right here.
It is true that the airplane image slows down inside the tower. But of course, animated airplanes can be made to slow down, speed up, or do whatever. Mr. Wright's own instructional video from his seminar begins with,
bang, instant composite.
Of all things, a jet airplane.
Here is the motion curve for our horizontal move. We'll play that back now. There it slows down. Comes in quick, slows down at the end of the shot. Comes in quick, slows down at the end of the shot.
Why would the compositrators make the airplane come in quick and slow down at the end of the shot? To make it more believable. A real plane could not fly through steel and concrete as fast as it flies through air. But wouldn't Kai Simonson have thought to mask off the left half of the screen? Of course he would. The shot was designed to have the south tower right in the middle. A mask on the airplane layer prevents it from ever escaping the back of the tower. The plane would begin to disappear behind the edge of the tower, and the tail would slow down somewhat, and we would imagine that that was because the nose and wings had impacted the wall. But helicopters cannot hold still, they drift. We've already seen that Chopper 5 was late getting into position. The shot begins okay, but the camera drifts far enough so that the back edge of the tower is now outside the mask area. Simonson must have realized his mistake and quickly faded the picture down to black. When picture fades back up, all trace of the nose is gone. But it was too late. We saw Pinocchio's nose.
Watch how the aircraft penetrates the building. Completely in one side and out the other.
Just to be sure, there it is. There it is. The plane went right through the other tower of the World Trade Center.
It's physically impossible for the nose of a Boeing 767 airplane to emerge intact.
Well, how do you know that that's impossible?
It's hollow, made of plastic, and not designed to withstand any sort of collision.
That nose cone there is made of plastic, and it's very easily indented. They think that a bird hit that nose cone, which again is made of plastic. It's hollow inside.
It would have had to go through 2 sets of steel box columns.
It's obviously possible because it happened. Whether or not it can be sufficiently explained is another issue. There's a lot of things in life that can't be, fully explained. I mean, how many times have you seen a plane crash into the side of a building?
The no-plane wide shot and the nose-out mistakes in Chopper 5 thrust the compositors, the compositrators, into damage control mode.
Oh my goodness.
Oh God. A replay of Chopper 5 was attempted on CNN just a few minutes after the fact, But notice how everything is covered up by huge logo graphics.
Crash into the other tower of the World Trade Center. And again, let's just to be sure, there it is. There it is. The plane went right through.
Pinocchio's nose had to be explained away with new videos. Here's Gamma Press, shot from the opposite side, the east side, in the morning sunlight. The object is the size and shape of a 767 fuselage, like the Chopper 5 image, and it appears highly reflective, like it's made of metal. But then, a very bright flame gobbles it up in less than 1 second, and it disappears. Clearly impossible behavior for any sort of metal airplane part. Later, it was discovered that there was no exit wound. There are 0 broken columns in this area. Any sort of solid object is ruled out. Enter the dust explosion. This is footage shot by the Naudet brothers. It doesn't show any metallic cylinder, and it looks nothing like the fuselage of an airplane. They've made it a dust explosion. And the 1 second that would show the fate of Pinocchio's nose has been edited out. Why would the Naudet brothers remove that little piece of video? I've inserted black to hold the missing time in the Naudet shot and synchronized it with Chopper 5 and also the CNN live shot, which was airing a feed of ABC Chopper 7. All 3 of these videos have blackouts or missing time within a quarter second of each other, and it's the same time that would show the fate of Pinocchio's nose. What are the odds that this occurred by chance? The Chopper 5 fade to black cannot be any sort of signal interruption. Signal interruptions happen all the time from news choppers, but they look like this if they're analog, and they pixelate and freeze if they're digital. In video, black is a picture. Video sync in Chopper 5 is never lost. Mr. Wright tried to explain away the fade to black this way.
All of these cameras have a little circuit called automatic gain control. What those circuits do is they detect the amount of light that's coming into the camera. And if the light gets too bright, it knocks the iris down to darken the picture to restore a more normal exposure. So here's what happened in this shot. We're single-stepping the plane out of the building. Then the explosion starts, a fireball starts to show, and right about here, the automatic gain control sees this fireball. And just like a human being who closes his eyes and ducks away from a bright light, the camera is starting to iris down the picture in response to this flare of fire. So it goes down in 2 frames. It holds it for 14, and then the automatic gain control circuitry starts to recover and put the picture back where it was.
All video cameras, even consumer models, have the automatic gain control, but they never make a camera go to black. Here, I'm pointing a camera at the sun, and it doesn't go black. News cameras record flames and explosions all the time, including on 9/11. Kai Simonson offered this explanation for the fade to black.
I don't know if it didn't fade to black. What happened was I put the 2X extender in, which actually doubled the strength of the lens. I was made aware that the plane was getting close to the building, so I zoomed in closer to get a closer shot with the 2X extender, and that's what you're seeing. You're seeing the actual 2X extender flip into the lens, and it actually, slides into place. So there's a moment where it actually goes black because you're seeing the edge of the extender pass, over the focal point.
It's nice to get an explanation from the guy who shot the footage, but he's lying. Engaging a 2x lens extender will not make the entire picture go black at the same time, but it will make everything twice as big. That's what 2x means. We certainly don't see that.
I'm saying it's impossible to do this keying for this project in real time.
Wow, that's quite a claim. Mr. Wright is not just saying the 9/11 airplane videos were not composited, he's saying they could not have been. One of his reasons has to do with edges.
This would have to be a luma key, okay, where you're pulling a key based on the brightness difference between the sky and the tower. A luma key is a very poor quality matte. You get jagged edges.
All compositing software have luma key and a feature called edge feathering, where the edges of the luma key matte can be made as soft as desired. Steve Wright must know this. He literally wrote the book. In fact, on page 14 of his book, Wright explains. Why would Steve Wright try to convince us that video composites must have harsh edges? And it gets deeper.
The raster lines that make up this jet match perfectly with the raster lines of the original, what we're calling the live action video. Okay? These lines, the interlace lines here. Okay? If this jet was on a different layer, you cannot pull a key on these little skinny lines. You know, you need a nice solid outline.
Television video is made up of horizontal scan lines.
When you have an interlaced image like this, you can't manipulate it because those field lines are one scan line tall. And if you try to rotate it or scale it, the lines start to blend together and you get a mishmash.
Mr. Wright is claiming that because the scan lines of the airplane align perfectly with the scan lines of the tower, this proves it could not have been a composite. By this logic, we better watch out for real live dinosaurs. The scan lines of the dinosaur align perfectly with the woman's head. Does this mean it's a real dinosaur? Notice that on Gamma Press and Now Day, Pinocchio's nose casts a very dark shadow across the face of the tower. But look at Chopper 5. There's no shadow because it's a live composite and the nose was never supposed to pop out like this. The Chopper 5 sequence was never replayed and has never appeared in any of the government documentaries. They took it and flushed it down the memory hole. While the Chopper 5 was a live video composite with mistakes in it, there were also mistakes made in the edited videos that came later. The clearest image of United Flight 175 going into the South Tower was allegedly shot by amateur Michael Hezarkhani and obtained by CNN. The Hezarkhani footage has come to be known as Ghost Plane, and for good reason. The plane appears to pass through steel columns and the steel and concrete floors, like a ghost. It doesn't twist, bend, slow down, break, or explode. We never see any damage occur to the airplane. After an edit, we see a big airplane-shaped hole. We don't know how much time is missing in this edit, and we never see the hole forming. This one image gives the game away. The right wing of the plane has passed beyond the wall, yet no damage has occurred. We know there's plenty enough picture quality to see the big gaping hole if it were there because of this later shot. This is taken with the same camera, same zoom, and we easily see the big dark hole. What is Mr. Wright's explanation for this?
The hole got larger because the explosion blew the hole larger than the airplane's entrance. The explosion has blown out big chunks of the hole, got larger.
Mr. Wright is complimented for his creativity, but his explanation probes the far outer limits of absurdity. He's claiming that a kerosene explosion can cut steel. Explosives that really can cut steel do so by moving air very fast, from 10,000 to 30,000 feet per second. The fireball is moving air no more than around 100 feet per second tops. The idea of cutting steel with kerosene is ridiculous.
That's a kerosene explosion which has almost no destructive power.
Well, that's the statement of a musician.
Not completely convincing. In both shots, I certainly can't animate a realistic airplane crash, but I can do one that's as good as Hezarkhani. The result is footage that's every bit as convincing as the original ghost plane footage, which is to say, not completely convincing. In both shots, we don't see any parts of the airplane breaking or bending or twisting. Another thing that was bad about the special effect in Fairbanks is a blatant contradiction with the special effect in Hezarkhani. Here's Hezarkhani, and here's Fairbanks. In Hezarkhani, as the plane enters the tower, the engines turn into puffballs. We are to believe that these are the engines themselves, or building materials, or something. But whatever the puffballs are meant to represent, notice that they are clearly underneath the wings, as the engines were. Now, look at the Fairbanks video. The location of the wing entrance can easily be marked, and obviously the puffball is well above the left wing. The over-under puffball is irreconcilable with reality, but has an easy explanation in video compositing. The mask was in the wrong place.
Okay guys, I've just noticed we've got about 4% battery left, so there is about 30 or so minutes left of this documentary. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to have the battery to make it. It is plugged in, but it's using more energy than it is charging. So hold on a second guys, let me just do something. Can you hear me okay? Yeah, that is a shame. I just give it a little check. I mean, I have had the charger been plugged in, but we are very, 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 very critical at the moment. Unfortunately, that is a shame. Bear with me a second. You know what? I'm going to keep leaving it playing. I'm going to see if I can do something.
In this 3D model, two white spheres represent the location of the puffballs. With the mask in the correct location, the left wing appears to pass over the puffball. Changing only the mask, the left wing now appears to pass under the puffball. They didn't have time to do good special effects. They needed to create airplane composites from a number of different camera angles rather quickly. With a 3D model, the airplane flight can easily be...
Okay, I don't know if you can hear me still, so we're going to try and get to the end of this segment. There is one more section to this video, but we'll try and get to the end.
There's footage of the tower exploding, but how does the compositor know exactly where in time to place the airplane? A little too early or late would cause a discrepancy with the different angles. How can all the airplane overlays be synchronized? Have you ever wondered why they put a flash and a beep at the beginning of a show? Or why they use a clapperboard at the beginning of a scene? It's for synchronization. The audio and video events are very sudden, lasting only one frame, so they make for a precise time reference. The Twin Tower events each featured a bright flash right when the airplane nose appears to meet the tower. The flashes make a very handy marker for where to place the nose of the airplane in both time and space. On all of the prepared airplane layers, there is designated a particular frame to be the one where the plane impacts the tower. In the editing software, the impact frame is moved to line up with the flash frame.
We've seen these images in movies, and we know that it's all artificial, and Hollywood makes it.
Notice that when they showed Fairbanks on ABC, there was no sound. In a speech to the New York Historical Society, Fairbanks blamed the FBI for removing the sound. However, in a later conversation with Jeff Hill, Fairbanks changed his story.
Well, I had accidentally turned off the microphone, like a operator error, because it was the first time that I had ever used that camera.
And when the Fairbanks footage appeared in the In Memoriam DVD, we heard this. Sound effects make visual effects more believable.
Just a few moments ago, you could hear around me.
The History Channel website offers more Evan Fairbanks footage, and they say it's unfiltered. It certainly appears to have sound on it. Brian! Speaking of sound effects, here's the Hezarkhani footage as it appeared on the DVD CNN America Remembers.
Oh my God, the plane just crashed into the building. I cannot believe it.
I suppose that's Michael Hezarkhani himself talking. Whoever it is sounds very close to the microphone. But here's the first time CNN aired the Hezarkhani footage, late on the evening of 9/11. We hear the same background screaming. But where's the guy saying, "Oh my God, I can't believe it, a plane flew in the building"? Seems like they added that to suggest we ignore the bad special effect and just think airplane. The compositional characteristics. No plane in the wide shot. Unstable motion. Pinocchio's nose and its missing shadow. Blackouts and suspicious editing. The over-under puffball contradiction. Magically healing columns. The complete lack of crash physics. No wake vortex. Understanding video compositing, both its capabilities and its limitations, goes a long way towards solving 9/11. It's been proven a number of ways that the Twin Towers were blown to kingdom come. Still, official story supporters can fool some people by waving their hands and citing government reports. But all of the various attempts at a collapse theory begin by assuming plane crashes. No planes at the World Trade Center ends the argument.
So there we go,